start a new session. In this session, we're going to look at our restaurant app, So we need to create a new project. So first, I'm going to create it in Android Studio, and then I'll transfer it to VS Code. Now, okay. So we want to create a new Flutter project, and we have to give it a name, restaurant. I'll just have to give it restaurant Foodly here. Is the name. Okay. So you can choose a directory where you want to store your project, but my directory is correct, so you can pick any. So I'm just going to give it a description. So it's supposed to be Foodly restaurant app, and is for. I'm just going to go with the best thing. It's the package name. So a package name you can choose. So over here, I'm going to remove Linux, macOS, web, and Windows. We're going to focus on Android and iOS. And we're going to create our project, right? So we have to wait a little bit for our project to be created. Our project is created. Now this is our project, right? So the first thing that we need to do, we need to just import the folders that the assets folder, because we're going to require some assets, the assets that we're going to work with. So I've prepared a file beforehand. Most definitely you are going to get it before you even start the project. So let's see. Probably it's on the desktop, but I have to restaurant. Okay. So this is my folder. So let's check whether I do have. You are going to get it in a zip file. Either way, you're going to get it in a zip file. So once you download the zip file, you have to extract it, and the first folder that you need to drag and drop to your project is the assets folder. Okay, so we are going to drop it inside of our restaurant Foodly. Okay, and then we just refactor over here. And the best way, if that fails, then we can just open it in Finder. This is the project, and I'm going to just drag and drop this folder inside of this folder. So we have our assets. So far so good. We can just go ahead and close everything. So this is our project. Our assets aren't working because they ain't configured in our PubSpec YAML. That's something that we're going to do when we cross over to VS Code. But for now, what we need to do, we just need to go ahead and open our simulator, run our application, and see how it looks. So when you cross over to VS Code, we're going to just install our dependencies and all the stuff that we need beforehand, and then we can continue to work on our project. So we have to give our project a little bit of time for it to load, and then we can continue. So in this section, we're going to focus a little bit on, because like the last time that we did this project, we didn't cover most of the restaurant parts in our backend. So the approach that I'm going to take is to create the front end part, then go into the backend part. After the backend, then we can work on integrating. But first, our first priority is going to be designing the UI and everything. Okay, so probably we are going to do the UI and focus on the authentication before we focus on whatever we are going to display inside the information, the endpoints that we're going to use inside of our application. So here we do have our application. We just have a counter, nothing special. That's the basic Flutter application. So our application is running fine. So the next thing that we need to do is to close this, go ahead and let's just terminate. Now that we have our project, I need to transfer it to VS Code. So I need to open a new window in VS Code. After opening the new window, we need to go to the project that we just created. So you have to find where you put your project. This is the project, right? Then you drag and drop it in VS Code. So we have everything over here. So we can just do the same, run the project, make sure that it's running. Then in the next session, we can start working on our application. So over here, let's just go ahead, open lib main and try to run it. Okay. So probably like the time like Android Studio might be faster than VS Code when launching the application for the first time. So we have to give it a little bit of time, and then we can just jump into our main goal of this particular course. So we're going to be adding a little bit of system design whenever it's necessary, because we have to draw things out and just add a little bit of clarification and explanation whenever it's needed, so that we will be on the same page. Okay, so our application is running. Next, we're going to just start working on our application. So for creating our application, this is all, and we are done. Let's continue. Right now, we need to install dependencies and set up our assets. So back to our folder, the folder with the starter code, not the starter code, but the starter files. So we need to drag and drop this pub/YAML inside of our project, right? After dragging it and dropping it, what we need to do, we just need to go ahead and copy everything from the dependencies up until the last line, that's line 15. We just copy everything and we go to our application pub/YAML, and we're going to start from dependencies as well, or we can just remove these comments up until the last line, and then we paste our new code. All right. So in here, we do have some dependencies that we need to remove. That's going to be device preview. We need to remove that. Okay, let's see. Glass, we need to remove that. We do have cached network image. Polypoints, we need to remove that as well. Okay, so that's all, and then we save. So after we save, we're going to install dependencies. Those are the new dependencies that we added in our application, in our pub/YAML, right? So we don't have any error, everything has been installed. So we're going to be using GetX for our state management, as well as Flutter hooks. So Flutter hooks will come in handy to make like API calls, to create hooks in pages that we need API calls, especially those ones which are going to be changing with queries, right? So that's when Flutter hooks will come in handy. And we have Firebase, Firebase storage, Firebase core, Firebase database. Okay, because we need to, whenever we are uploading food, we need to have images. So we're going to send these images first to our database, get URL, not to our database, to our Firebase storage, get the URL. After getting the URL, those URLs are the ones that we're going to be sending to our database, because we're not going to be storing images inside of our database, but we're going to be storing URLs of the images that we uploaded to our Firebase storage inside of our database. Okay, so we want to use as small space as possible inside of our database, because if we upload images, then it becomes a little bit tedious, and the space will get used up real quick, because Mongo will only offer, I guess that's 500 megabytes on a free tier. So if you try to roll out the app in production using a free tier for the first time, probably this is the best approach. But if you want to store image, then it's up to, if you want to store images in your database, then it's up to you. You can go ahead and do it. So that's all for this part. Next, we're going to be hooking Firebase to our application, configure a little bit of like settings that we will have to configure, then we can move on to the next. Right now we need to go ahead and initialize our Firebase. So we're going to be using Firebase CLI. So you can just go on the internet and look how to configure Firebase CLI if you don't have it. But if you have it, then it's going to be a little bit easy. So you just need to run the command flutter file config. It's configure. Then okay, the CLI is going to fetch all your projects, your Firebase projects, and bring them in your terminal. So you need to choose like which project are you going to use. So for me, I already have FoodTile over here, so that's the one that I'm going to use. And since we only have Android and iOS applications, those are the two that we're going to go with, and then we just need to install. Okay, so after installing, it'll pop a question somewhere. I think it's right about now, I guess. Let's wait for it. If it pops a question, then we'll have to just press yes. If it doesn't, then that's all good. We can proceed. Okay, so it didn't. So that's okay. So what we need to do over here, we just need to clear the terminal. After clearing the terminal, now we need to initialize it in our main.dart. Main.dart in our main function over here. Okay, so first we need to have, that's widget Flutter binding. Okay, dot ensure initialize, and that's the first thing that we need. And let's go ahead and close that. Right underneath, we need to go ahead and await for the Firebase application to be initialized. But before we do that, the line that we're going to write over here is going to be asynchronous. So we need to add a sync over here so that we can use await down here, right? Oh, that's a lot of eyes. Await. That's supposed to be Firebase dot initialize app. So right inside, we're going to pass options. And for our options, we're going to have, that's supposed to be default Firebase options. Default Firebase options dot current platform, like that, right? So let's just save. And here, down at the bottom, we're going to be using get storage as well. So before we forget to initialize it, we need to add await. And then we need to initialize our get storage. Get storage dot init. Okay, so this is all that we need to do over here. So we're done with that part. Down at the bottom, so we said we're going to be using GetX, and we also need to use, we also going to use ScreenUtils at the same time. So we need to do some extra configurations in our my app, this stateless widget that we have over here, right? So here I'm going to just remove this, my home page, okay? And I'm going to pass in default home, okay? So this is the widget that we're going to create. Yeah, okay, so we can create this widget right at the top of our application. So it's supposed to be of type widget, and the name is supposed to be default home. So we need to create a page that we're going to map to this particular widget in the first place, okay? So let's just go ahead, create a new folder, and we're going to call it views. So we're going to also work on our folder structure a little bit later after we're done configuring our main.dart. In our views, let's create another page, and we're going to call it home, another folder. And inside of home, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it homepage. It has to be a .dot file. So this one, it can be stateless. Let's make it a stateless widget. Homepage. We have to convert it to a stateful widget somehow. Okay, so let's convert it to a stateful widget. And here we're just going to return a scaffold. Inside of our scaffold, we're going to require a body. In our body, we're going to pass a center. Inside of our center, we're going to pass a child. And inside of this child, let's just pass a text widget. And we're just going to say home in here. So for this one, we don't need an air bar for now, but we're going to do it a little bit later. So the home page, that's the one that we're going to put over here as our initial page. So this default home is going to be, it's dynamic. It's going to be dynamic somehow. So it can change according to the state, whether the user is logged in or not, whether a user has pressed logged out or not. Okay, so the default home, let's see, we need to remove this, and we need to remove const. Yeah, okay, so that's our page. So before we do anything else, let's go ahead and remove the banner. Okay, we're going to set it to false. So instead of retaining material app over here, since we're using GetX, we are going to go ahead and use get material app. Okay, so if it's like this, it's going to show us an error. Okay, it's going to give us an error, so we just need to go ahead and import get, right, like that. So our error is gone. Right after that, what we can do, we need to wrap this get material app inside of another widget. That's going to be a little bit tricky. Let's wrap it inside of a builder. Okay, we're going to wrap it inside of a builder, but the builder is not supposed to be a stream builder, right? This one is supposed to be, okay, so let's go ahead, remove that, and we're going to pass context over here, and we're going to pass a child. So when using ScreenUtils, we need to set some certain properties. So the first one that we're going to use is use inherited media query, and we're going to set it to true. After that, right at the bottom, design size. So for design size, we're going to go with const size. So we need to provide the width and the height. So for width, we're going to go with 428, and as for height, we're going to go with 926. And we need to have min text adapt. We need to set it to true. We need our text to be adaptive to the screen size. Okay, so right at the bottom, split screen mode. Let's just go ahead and set it to true. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for our main.dart. So let's just go ahead and remove this comment. So our application is set up okay and everything is running, but what we need to do, we need to stop this and we need to run it again. Since we installed, we initialized our firebase, we need to run it again. So while we're waiting, we have to work on our folder structure. So first, we do have views. We already created the folder. So we need to have another folder inside of our lib, and we're going to call it common. So in common, that's where we're going to store our shared widgets. And down at the bottom, inside of our lib again, we're going to create another folder and we're going to call it constants. So constants are going to be provided inside of the folder that I said you have to download before we start the project. So sooner or later, we're going to get one file from there and import our constants in here. Okay. And after our constants, we need to create a new folder for our hooks. And we need another one for our models. And let's create another one for our controllers as well, like that. So that's going to be our folder structure. And we need another one for services before we forget. So that's going to be our folder structure right there. Right now, let's go ahead and import our constants. After importing our constants, then we can see what we have to work on first. So I have the folder open here. So what we just need to do, since we already created the folder, it's either we can just delete the folder from our lib folder and then import the new folder. That's the best way to go about it rather than copying file by file. That might be a little bit tedious. So we just go ahead, drag and drop this file inside of our project in the lib folder. So we have our constants right here. Okay. So in our constants, we do have our colors. These are the colors that we're going to use for development. And we have our height and our width. And we have a field for our base URL. So our base URL is the URL that we're going to be using to call our REST API, and our Google API key. We are going to use it whenever we are going to add in not add an address, but when we're adding a restaurant, we need to use Google APIs to communicate with our Google API to get the data related to a particular point where the restaurant is situated, because like we need the latitude, the longitude, and the exact address from our Google Maps. Okay, so that's why we do have Google APIs here. So that's the other thing. So you might need to, you definitely need a Google API key. Okay, so that's one thing. Probably we'll take care of this whenever we get to the point whereby we're using this, as well as for our base URL. We are going to do the same. We take care of these when we want to use them. But for now, the most important things that we need are the colors and the height. Okay, height and the width. Okay, so now that we get this out of the way, we have to go to our common folder. Inside of our common folder, we need to create a new file. So we need to create what we call a background container. We're going to have a background container. It's supposed to be a background container, and it has to be a .dot file. So our background container, it has to be a stateless widget, and we have to give it a name, background container. Like that. It's supposed to be background. We have to add an R over here. After adding an R, then we can just go ahead and import our material. After importing material, down at the bottom, we're going to retain a container, but our container is going to require the width as well as the height. So our width is going to be the width that we have in our constants. This is the width that I was talking about. The width that I introduced over here. This is the width that we're going to use in our background container, as well as our height, right? Like that. So down at the bottom, we're going to require, that's wrong. Down at the bottom, we're going to require decoration. decoration. So for decoration, it takes box decoration, right? So we need box decoration over here. In our box decoration, we're going to have a color first and then border radius. So color. So for our color, we need to either have a color, we need to have two colors, a constant color that we're going to use if we don't provide the color. Like let's take, for example, here it's supposed to be, let's go with colors dot white, right? For starters, let's go with colors dot white, and then we clarify as we go on. And then for border radius, we're going to go with a border radius dots only. So we need to manipulate the top part and the bottom, not the bottom, but the top part, top left and top right. Those are the parts that we need to manipulate. Over here, we need to add .r. Okay, so this is just a property from Flutter ScreenUtils. Okay, so that's what we need to do. Okay, so we need to bring our application forth so that we can make changes while we are seeing whatever we are doing. Okay, so since we do have this background container over here, we can hook it to our home page. Okay, instead of retaining the center, let's wrap the center widget with another widget. Okay, and we are going to have our background container. So here we do have an error because we don't have a child in our background container, right? So after our decoration, we're going to require a child. So this child is the one that we're supposed to pass from the parent. Yes, this is our parent. This is our parent widget. So here, the child, we're going to give it the same name, child. So we need to create this child as a widget right on top. Okay, so we're going to have final widget child. Okay, and we need to import it into our formal parameters. We need to edit our formal parameters like that. So it's going to be, it should be required. Okay, so right now we cannot see anything. So let's check, for example, here we change this color to black. Everything would be black, but the reason why is because here we don't have an add bar. That's why. Okay, so let's say we do have a dummy add bar over here, like that. Then this is our design, all right? The design that we just created. So let's go back. We need to have a color here to pass the color from the parent, or if the color is not provided, we're going to give this a K light white. K light white is the color that we have in our constants. So you can visit and check the properties of K light white, or you can just visualize, but we need this color to be passed from our parameters. So we're going to have final color, and the name is going to be color over here. Let's go ahead and close it. After closing it, we need to edit all our parameters. So one thing, this color can be now, so we need to add a now checker, and we need to remove required from here. So it's optional. It's either we can use it or we can leave it. If we leave it, then we're going to be using this color as our default color. So I hope that's understood. So that's going to be our color. So you can see here we have white, and here we have our K light white. So we need to add an image. So in our decoration, we're going to pass an image And our image is supposed to be a decoration image. And we need to provide the path. Okay, but before the path, we need to have an asset image. And in here, that's where we are going to provide the path to the image. So our path is going to be assets. Instead of assets, we're going to get to images. And from our images, we're going to get an image with the name restaurant BK. Okay. It's supposed to be restaurant BK over here, and it's a PNG file like that. So if we visit our constants, not our constants, but our assets, go to images, we do have this image, restaurant BK. That's the image that we want to display over here. So let's go ahead and const so that we won't have complaining links and save. Okay. So that's going to be our image. So here our image is a little bit smaller. We want it to cover the whole provided space, right? So we need to include properties in our decoration image. So we're going to go with fit, and for fit we're going to use boxfit.cover. Okay, like that. So our image is going to cover all provided space. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for our background container. So we are done with our background container. Our next thing is to go ahead and try to work on our first work on our air bar. We need to go ahead and work on our not our custom container, but our custom air bar. So we need to visit our common, and we need to create a new file, and we need to call it custom air bar. So our custom air bar has to be a .dot file. It's supposed to be custom, not custom with an E. So let's go ahead, rename it, give it a correct name. Okay, so we need to create a stateless widget, and we need to call it custom air bar. Custom air bar, we need to import material first. After importing material, we do have our container. So we are going to return a container. This container is going to have width, and width is going to be width that we have in our constants. After that, we need to add a little bit of padding. So we're going to have agencies dot symmetric. So okay, let's just go ahead. We need to incorporate ScreenUtils, so there's no need to add consts. So horizontal, we're going to give it a 12, and then vertical, we're going to give it a 6, like that. Okay, so after that, we need to give it a height. By the way, height can come right after width or on top of padding. That's the best way to go about it. So we can just cut this height and we can bring it here like that. Okay, so that's going to be our custom container, our custom air bar. So right underneath, we're going to require a child in the color. So first, let's go ahead and have our color. So for our color, let's go with K primary for starters, and then we're going to have our child over here. So our child is going to be a row. So we need to add main axis alignment. So main axis alignment, we're going to use space between, and cross axis alignment, not really. Let's work with it like this for now. So our raw text in children. So we need to have our first child, and our first child, we're going to make it a circular avatar, right? So for our circular avatar, we are going to require radius, and we're going to give it a radius of 16. And let's give it a background color. Let's go with colors.white for now. So we're at a stage that we can incorporate this particular customer bar to our home page. So we can go to our home page, and in our home page, what we can do here, we do have our app bar, but we need to have to have a custom app bar, we have to wrap our custom app bar with a preferred, what you call it, preferred size, right? So we're going to have our app bar, and instead of having our title here, we can just go ahead and remove it. So we're going to have a flexible space. So flexible space takes in a widget. So this widget, it has to be our customer bar, like that. Yeah, okay. So that's going to be our customer bar, right? But you see our image is right at the top. We don't want that. And we have space over here. So we're going to manipulate this a little bit. We need elevation, and for elevation, we're going to give it a 0. Background color, we're going to give it K primer. Let's go with K primer and see how it looks. So that's going to be our app bar. So right here, we need to differentiate our design, right? With not differentiate, we need to make sure that our design is being shown. So the background color of this particular scaffold, it has to be K primary. Okay, so here we're going to have a background color, and we're going to make it K primary over here. So that's going to be our design, right? But we need to push this a little bit down. Okay, so what we can do, we can either do it in our custom app bar, or, so let's see, padding horizontal, padding vertical. Okay, here let's go with from left, right, and left, top, right, bottom, right? So if we're going with that from the left, we're going to give it a 12, and from the top, let's give it a 20. Let's get rid of that margin. So that's from the left 12, from the top we give it a 20, from the right we give it a 12, and from the bottom we're going to give it a 0. Okay, so it's pushing it down. That's exactly what we want. So we're going to increase this a little bit. This might be 40. 45. 45 would do. Okay, so let's see. Going back to our customer bar, here we do have our circular avatar. We need to incorporate an image here. We don't have an images yet, but I think we can use anything from our our assets. So let's visit our assets. Instead of our assets images, we do have a profile.jpg. So that's the one that we want to use. That's JPG, like that. Okay, so after that, we're going to have our restaurant title, and we have to display the restaurant address down at the bottom. So here, instead of make it 16, let's try to make it a little bit larger. Let's make it 20, like that. That will do. So right after our circular avatar, we're going to have a column, because we need to display our title and our address, right? So we are going to need to create one widget for our reusable text and the other widget for our app style. So we need to create two more reusable widgets. Then we can continue. But for now, what we can do, we can just have a text, and this text is not delivered to, but is going to be what do you call it, the restaurant name. Okay, so we can give it anything. So it's going to be, let's give it a random name. Names are a little bit difficult. King's Foods, like that. 14.sp, supposed to be font weight. So for font weight, let's try to make it bold. That'll do. And down at the bottom, let's add a little bit of space. But besides adding space, we can just use cross-axis alignment or main axis alignment to manipulate. Or let's see. Okay, so this is wrong. Let's copy this text widget and we paste it down here and we save. Okay, we need to just handle our layout and then we can perfect our design. So after the column, we're going to require something else here. So the widget that we can have can be similar to this circular avatar. So let's just go ahead and put it over here. So that's going to be our layout, but this layout is a little bit tricky in a way, because we need to make these two be on the other side. We need them to start from the beginning, and we need this image to be at the end. So what we can do, we can wrap these two, the circular avatar and the column, inside of a raw widget, right? Like that. So it's going to be like that. And we need to have main axis alignment. Let's try with start. Is it main or cross? Let's go with cross axis alignment. Okay, it doesn't make any difference. So we just need to push this column a little bit to the side and to the bottom. Okay, so we can use padding for that. So let's go ahead, wrap it in a padding. Okay, but here our text has to be a little bit smaller, so let's go with 12. Let's manipulate main axis alignment. We're going to have main axis alignment of center and cross axis alignment of dot start over here. So here it has to be normal. The address has to be normal. No, that's wrong. Here it has to be normal. Like that. And we can make this gray. Gray won't do on green, so we can go with white either way. So this one has to be address. I'm just going to write anything random. So whenever we are going to have an address, that's the address that we are going to show over here, right? But the basic design, that's exactly what we need. So before we we move on to the next thing, here we do have this image, but we don't want to display an image like that. What we need to display over there, we need to display an SVG icon to show whether the restaurant is open or closed, right? So in order for us to do that, we are going to have an SVG picture over here. Let's see. .asset. So we might need to manually import this Flutter SVG. Okay, so let's go to our PubSpec.yaml and check whether we do have it or not. PubSpec.yaml, we do have Flutter SVG. Okay, so we need to import it manually. Import. So here is supposed to be imports Flutter SVG. Whoa. So our error is coming from here now. Okay, so we need the path with which we are getting the image from, the SVG. So we're going to get it from assets. Inside of assets, we need to go ahead and visit icons, and inside of icons, we're going to have open sign .svg, and we need to have our height over here, and our height is going to be 35, as well as our width. Our width is going to be 35 as well. Let's give it a 35. Okay, so it's open. Okay, so we're going to set up conditions a little bit later for this one, because we need to make sure that if a restaurant owner clicks here, then they can trigger the trigger to open their restaurant or to close their restaurant. Okay, but we need to revise one thing when it comes to our color. Let's go with case secondary and see how it looks. Case secondary would do. I think case secondary is quite okay when it comes to this, because it's a little bit more vibrant. And we change the scaffold color to case secondary. The background color here, it has to change to case secondary as well, like that. So that's way more okay, and it's way more visible as compared to the one that we had previously. Okay, so let's just add const over here. So next we're going to work on our reusable text widget and our app style. Okay, but for our app bar, I think this is the right design that we need. Let's go ahead and create our reusable text widget. So we need to head over to our lib folder. Inside of our lib folder, we need to visit our common. So we need to create a new file, and we need to call it reusable text, right? And it has to be a .dat file. Okay, so we need to create a stateless widget in here, and we need to call it reusable text. It's supposed to be reusable text, like that. And we need to import material. After importing material, we need to get rid of this container. Down here, we need to return a text widget. So in our text widget, we're going to require the text from the parent widget that we're going to use the text from. So this text has to come from the parent widget, right? So we need to edit through our formal parameters, and the title is supposed to be text over here, and it's supposed to be required right on top, right? It has to be required every time, because we cannot use a text widget without the text. Okay, so that's the first thing. Right after that, we are going to have max lines. So for max lines, we're going to have 1, and that's overflow. Overflow, we're going to use, let's use fade. After that, let's go with a soft wrap. For a soft wrap, we're going to make it false. And for our app style, we're going to go with style. Okay, so style has to be provided from the parent widget. Okay, why are we providing style from the parent widget? Is because, like, isn't every text widget that we're going to have in our application will have different styles. So if we put style inside of our reusable text, that means our style is going to be constant throughout. So that's one thing that we don't need. We need to be able to manipulate our style according to the page that we're in, or according to the text that we want to render to our UI. So here we're going to have a final. It's supposed to be of type TextStyle over here, right? The TextStyle, and we have to give it a name, style. And let's close it. And we need to edit to our formal parameters, like that. So that's going to be our reusable text widget. So after we're done with this, now we need to add, not to add, but we need to work on a reusable style, reusable text style widget that we can use to manipulate the text each and every time without writing like more lines of code. Okay, but this is all for reusable text widget. We need to create a new file, and we're going to call it FStyle. It's supposed to be FStyle over here with one T Y L E, and it has to be a dot file. So this one, it doesn't have to be a TextStyle. It doesn't have to be a stateless widget or a stateful widget. It has to be a TextStyle object. Okay. A TextStyle. So a TextStyle, we're going to give it a name, FStyle. So our object is going to take in a couple of parameters. So the first parameter that we're going to have, the first argument that we're going to have is going to be of type double. That's going to be the size of our text, right? So we're going to have size, and we're going to also have color. So our color, we just have to give it a name color over here. And for font weight, we have to give it a name FW. So our text style, our app style is going to return, we're going to return Google Fonts. It's supposed to be, do we have Google Fonts? I think we do. Google Fonts dot, and then we mentioned the type of font that we want to use. So let's see whether we can import Google Fonts. Okay, this spelling is correct. I wonder what the problem is. So let's just go ahead and visit pubspec.yaml. We do have Google Fonts over here. So let's go ahead and import Google Fonts manually. Import package Google Fonts. Okay, so we need to use Poppins, and we are going to pass these parameters that we have over here. So we're going to have font size, and we're going to map it to the size that we are receiving from our app style. We also need to have color. We map it to the color that we're receiving from our app style. For font weight, we are going to map it to FW. This is the FW that we are receiving from our app style. So what we can do over here, let's just get rid of that. We don't want to have a default color. Okay, so that's all for app style. So now that we have these two, we can visit our customer bar. In our customer bar, instead of using this text widget, what we can do, we can use our reusable text widget. Okay, so we need to have our text, and our text is a string, and our style here, instead of having this as our style, what we're going to do, we're just going to have app style. Okay, we need to give it a size. So our size is going to be 14. So here we have .sp. So we can change, instead of putting .sp from here, we can use this .sp inside of our app style. Or like here, whenever we pass in the size, then we're going to have our sp over here, so that we don't have to pass it from wherever we are using it from, right? So we can get rid of this sp, since it's going to be coming from our app style. So for color, we can go with colors.white. For font weight, for the first one, we can go with bold. Okay, nothing will change, but this is how we are going to do it. So a few lines of code, but we are retaining the same appearance. So down at the bottom, we are going to do the same. We need our reusable text. Let's replace this text with our reusable text, and we need to pass it as text. So we need to have text over here, so we don't have this error. and we need to have our app style. So let's just copy our app style from here, and let's replace the style that we have over here. Change the size to 12, and we change the font weight to normal, like that. Okay, so we minimize the number of lines that we are going to use whenever we are going to have a text widget. Okay, at the same time, our text will be responsive, so that's good. So we are done with our app bar. Next, we are going to work on our what do you call them, like tab bar. Our tab bars, because we need tabs like these. The design's a little bit different, but they're kind of the same at the same time. So we're going to, let's work on this portion that we have on top, whereby we are going to display add food, the wallet, foods, self-delivery, this particular portion first, and then we can go to this next section where we have our tab bar. Okay, so let's go back to our application. Let's close our custom app bar, our app style, and our postspec YAML. So we're in our home page. So in our home page, instead of returning a center widget, what we're going to do, we're going to return a list view, if I'm not mistaken. We can either go with a list view or a column. Okay. Let's start with a list view. If we do have any error with the list view, then we can go with a column. Okay, so here we do have to remove consts like that. So that's going to be our widget. So now we need to work on our children, right? We're going to display right here on top. We need to create the tile first, the one that we're going to use to reuse in order to display all the tiles that we need. So inside of our common, we're going to go ahead and create another file, and we're going to call it HomeTile, right? And we create a stateless widget in here, and let's give it a name, HomeTile, like that. And it has to be a .dat file, right? It's kind of like, sometimes I just say it has to be a .dat file because switching between languages it gets tricky sometimes. If I don't say it, I might make it a JS file. I might make it a JSX file. So forgive me for that, but I guess you understand. So we need to import material. After importing material, we are returning a container. But in here, we don't need to return a container. We are going to return a gesture detector. So inside of our gesture detector, we are going to require onTap. So onTap, we have to map it to onTap. This onTap, we have to pass it from our parent widget, the widget that we're going to use this tile in, right? So let's just go ahead and create the variable on top. So we're going to have final void function with the name onTap. Okay, so our error is gone, but here we need to edit our formal parameter. So here it's not required because here it's nullable, but if we remove this, then it has to be provided. So if we put required here, the error will be gone, but we don't want that. We have to leave it like this. Okay, so let's save. After that, our gesture detector takes in a child. As for a child, we're going to have a column. So our column, we have to pass in children. So we're going to have two children. The first one is going to be an image or an icon, and the next one is going to be a text. All right, so what we can do, we can have our text first. So for our text, we're going to use a ReusableText Widget. So we're going to pass in the text. Since it's reusable, that means this text, we don't have to provide it here. We don't have to write the string here. but we have to provide it from our parameters. So we have final string text, right? Like that. And we add this to our formal parameters. And this text has to be required. And we need to pass in app style. So for app style, since the style of the home tile is going to be consistent throughout, we have to pass it here. And the color of the text, we have to make it gray. Okay. For the font weight, we're going to go with FW.500, like that. So that's going to be our second widget. But for our first widget, we need to display an SVG icon. So we're going to go with svg.picture, not svg.picture, svgpicture.asset. Then we provide the path. So since we have different set of icons that we want to display in a row, here we're going to pass this as the path from our variables right on top. So we're going to have another string, and we're going to call it, let's just call it icon path. Okay, like that. So this icon path is the one that we're going to use here, and we need to give it a width as well as a height. So we're going to give it a width of 40, and we're also giving it a height of 40. Okay, like that. So here our height is going to be .h, and our width is going to be .w, like that. So we imported our ScreenUtils, so we don't have an error anymore. Let's go ahead, add a comma. After adding a comma, we are going to need to add this to our formal parameter, this icon path. Okay, so let's go ahead, add it to our formal parameters. So that's all that we need to do. We are done with this particular tile, so we can hook it to our home page. In here, inside of our home page, what we need to do, we need to add a container. This container, we need to give it a height. Let's give it a height of 65. So it's supposed to be 65.h over here. After giving it a height, we need to give it a main axis alignment. No, not main axis alignment. It's a container, for Christ's sake. We need to give it a child. So if we give it a child, then our child is going to be a row. So our row, we have to give it main axis alignment. So we're going to go with a space between. Okay. So in here, we need to go ahead and add our home tiles, right, as children. Okay, so we need to have children first. So as our first child, we're going to have home tile. So we need to provide the text as well as the icon path. So here we're going to have, the first one is add foods, right? And our icon path, we have to, it's supposed to be add foods here. And our icon path, it has to be provided. So our icon path, it's an icon that we do have inside of our icons, the icons that we do have inside of our assets here, right? So we're going to go with assets slash icons slash, we need to use the one for taco.svg. Okay, so that's going to be it. So here, let's go ahead and format the code. Okay, that's not the way to go about it. Let's save it first. Okay, so we have our first icon over here. So let's just go ahead, duplicate it a couple of more times. That's like 4 times. Okay, like that. So here, let's give this container a little bit of decoration. So for decoration, we're going to go with box decoration, and we need to give it a color first. Let's go with a color. So for the color, let's go with K off-white. Okay, K off-white will do. But that means we need to add a little bit of space over here. So we need to add a size box to create space from here to where it starts, right? We need to give it probably a height of what, 10, 15. Okay, that would do. A 15 would do. And here, let's go ahead and add border radius, right? So we're going to use border radius.circular. That's also okay. And we need to give it a little bit of padding. So padding, we're going to go with, we can go with edge-inset.symmetric, and we give it a horizontal padding of 15. That ain't supposed to be padding, it's supposed to be margin. It's supposed to be margin. 15 is way too much, so we can go with 12. 12, quite a lot. 8. No, 12. And also, we can give it a padding, because we don't want it to start from here. We want it to be a little bit inside. So we're going to have a little bit of padding like that. But our padding, it has to be a little bit smaller. So we're going to go with, let's go with 6. 6 would do. But 6, 5, let's give it a 70. Main axis alignment, then cross-x alignment here. We're going to go with cross-x alignment.center. Nothing will change, but that's okay. So we need to add consts. Not necessarily. We don't need to add consts, because here, if we add, let's bring this down. If we add on tap, then we don't need to add consts. Okay. So that's what it is going to look like. So we can just go ahead, do the same. Replace these, just format them a little bit and give them a little bit of space. So now we need the right names and the right assets attached to each and every home tile. And then we can move on to the next one, right? It's going to be a little bit tricky. Let's see. Okay, since we're in a, what is it? We're in a list view, right? So we're going to use edge-insets.0. Let's just go ahead, try to, and here we can wrap this with a clip rect. Let's wrap this container with a clip rect. So our clip rect will take the same properties as the ones that we have over here, the border radius. At the end of the day, we can just keep this one from not scrolling, because we don't want it to be scrollable. So we can just put physics consts never scrollable physics. Okay, so everything is going to be in here. It's going to be in here, and it's not going to be scrollable. So one thing that we need to take care of is going to be this radius. So let's make it 12. Okay, 12 is a little bit okay, but we need to reduce this, because it makes the design a little bit ugly if the radiuses are that different. So let's go with 20 here. 20 will do. 20 will do. Okay, so that's it. Now let's go ahead and add the right assets. So home, so instead of passing the, we're going to have foods. So for foods, now this can be the wallet. Let's go with the wallet. So for the wallet, we're going to go with a wallet. Okay, so like that. And here it can be foods, and we're going to go with So let's go with French fries. Okay, so we can cut this from here and we can paste it here like that. So add foods, wallet, foods, and then the last one, we can just add a page for self delivers like that. Okay, but the icon has to change to deliver food like that. Okay, so whatever we have in here, we have to push it a little bit down. So let's see. So this row, we have to add a little bit of padding. So this padding can be, we're going to go with only, and we need top, right? Yes, I like that. Okay, so far so good. That's going to be our for this section. This is what it's going to look like, but we need to just go ahead and extract everything so that we can have a clean home page. So we're going to go ahead, extract widget, and we're going to call them home. It's supposed to be HomeTiles. Okay, so let's go ahead, add consts. I like that. So we need to move these HomeTiles to a, okay, so inside of home, we need to create a new folder, and we're going to kill it. We're going to call it widget like that. And that's where we are going to move our file to. After moving our file, we're going to open it, save it first, and we go to our home page, and we're going to save our home page. So that's it for our home tile for now. So next time that we're going to visit our home tile, we're going to be hooking up pages, because if we click, we're supposed to go to the next page where we are going to add some food. If we click, we're supposed to go to wallets. If we click, we're going to show all the foods. And if we click, we're supposed to go to all deliveries. Okay, so that's it. Now let's focus on our tabbar and then our tabbar view. Okay, go ahead and click on our tabs. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to add a ticket provider here. All right, that's supposed to be with our stateful widget with ticket provider with state mixing. And inside, we're going to require a controller. That's going to be a tab controller. So it's supposed to be let final tab controller. Okay, so here our tab controller is equals to tab controller, and we need to have length and vsync, right? So here we're going to give it a length. For length, let's just go ahead and give it a 7 for now, but we need to use a different approach, and vsync is going to be this, and we need to close it over here. So we need to create a list of the tabs that we're going to have in our application. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, I'm going to visit constants. So in our constants, I'm going to create a list string over here. So our list string, we have to give it a name. Okay, so the name that we're going to give it, let's it's supposed to be order list is equals to an empty array. So first we're going to have pending processing, delivered, cancelled. Okay, let's go with that for now. And what we can do, we can bring this application forward. So first we're going to have new orders. So if someone orders something, then it will appear under new orders. And we're going to have preparing. So this is when the restaurant is preparing. And we're going to have a section for ready. So these ones, they are ready to be delivered. And down at the bottom, we're going to have picked. So picked are the ones that the courier have picked up. So we can call them picked up instead of picked. After that, we're going to have self-deliveries. Okay, let's just go ahead and have them here. Self-deliveries. It's supposed to be deliveries over here. Right. After that, we can have delivered and we can have canceled. So that's going to be our lists. Let's see. We have from 7 to 33. That's supposed to be 6 items, if I'm not mistaken. 1, 2, yeah, that's 7 items. So I was correct in our first one, in my estimate. So we come back to our home page. Instead of providing this as 7, we're going to go with order lists dot length. Okay. So it's going to be like that. So now we need to go ahead and create a TabBar. Okay. So for TabBar, what we're going to do, let's go ahead and come over here. So we need to have a container. Inside of the container, we're going to give it a height first. So our height, we need to give it a height of 25. It's supposed to be 25 over here, .h, and we need to give it a width. So for width, we're going to just go with width from our constants. After that, let's go ahead and give it a decoration. Yes, for our decoration, we're going to go with box decoration. We need to give it an off-white color, and we're going to give it a border radius of 25. So let's go with box decoration first. So down at the bottom, we need to have our color, right? So our color is supposed to be off-white, like that. So if we save, that's our container right here. Okay, so let's add a little bit of space between the home tiles in the container, like that. Okay, well, let's give it a border radius. So we're going to give it a border radius of border radius.circular, and our radius has to be 25 over here. Okay, so we need to bring it inside a little bit. So we're going to use padding. Is it padding? Okay, let's go with padding, repeating and padding. So for padding, we're going to use symmetric, and we need to have horizontal padding. And as for horizontal padding, we need to give it a padding of, let's give it a padding of 20 to begin with. If there are any changes that we need to make, then we can go ahead and make them. So let's remove const over here. Okay, that'll do. About 20, that's a little bit too much. So we can give it a padding of 16. Nope. What was that? It's supposed to be 12. It's a little bit bogus. 12. 12 would do. 12 would do. Okay, so that's going to be our padding. So we're in a container, right? We're wrapping our container with a padding, but we need to give a child to this container. So our child is going to be a TabBar. Okay, so that's going to be our TabBar. Let's go ahead and add another bracket over here. So what we can do, let's just do it from scratch. We're going to have our TabBar. So our TabBar takes in a controller. So first we need to have a controller. So our controller is going to be the controller that we created right on top, the tab controller. After adding the controller, we need to have an indicator. It's supposed to be indicator over here. So our indicator takes in box decoration. So we need to give it a color and we need to give it a radius. So for this one, we need to give it color first. Right, for color, we're going to go with K primary. And as for our border radius, we're going to give it a radius of 25. Okay, so that's for starters. Okay, let's get rid of. Okay, so after that, Now we need to have our label padding. So for the label padding, we're going to go with agencies.0. Our tabs, we're going to take care of them in a little bit. Now that we have our label padding, we can have our label color. So for our label color, we have to give it a color of white. So we're going to go with Light White is our color. And we need to add divider color. So for the divider color, we have to make it colors.transparent. Ooh, supposed to be colors over here. Colors.transparent. And we also need unselected color. So if it is not selected, what color could it be? So for unselected, we are going to give it a grayish color. So let's go with gray light over here. Okay. And we also need to give it tab alignment. So for tab alignment, we're going to go with tab alignment.start. It's supposed to be tab alignment.start. Okay. So here, our tabs, it's a list of widget. So the way that we want to do it is a little bit different. We don't want to add them one by one. So we're going to just have a list dot generate. So here we need the length. So our length is supposed to be orderList.length, like that. And here we're going to pass our index as I, and we need to return something over here, right? So let's just go ahead and return a tab widget. And our text is supposed to be orderList, and then we need to access the index. So that's what we're going to display inside. Okay, start is only valid for scrollable tabs. Okay, so we need to add is scrollable, and we need to set it to true. So with this, probably we won't run into an error. So let's just go ahead and save and see what our tabbar looks like. So that's what our tabbar is going to look like. So here we do have a typo. It's supposed to be deliveries. Now we need to just go ahead and try to manipulate the styles of our tabs. So we have a label style. So label style is of type TextStyle, right? So if you have over is of type TextStyle, so we can use our app style over here. So we give it a size. Let's go with 11. And for the color, if it is selected, we're going to go with Light White. And for the font weight, we're going to go with normal. Okay. Let's see. Let's increase it to 12. Self-deliveries. Where do we have a double over here? Let's go ahead and take a look. Our constants. Okay, we need to add a comma over here. Okay, so that's okay now. So if it is selected, then it's going to have this style, but we need to manipulate it a little bit further. So what we can do, if it is selected, let's make it bold. Okay, and that's going to change everything. Let's go with 500. And for unselected label style, let's try to make it normal here and see whether we can. Yeah, that would work. And we can change the color to gray, something like that, or gray light. Okay, so if it is selected, it's going to become a little bit bold. Change this to 600. Okay, selected, then it becomes bold. If it is not, then it'll be just normal. Okay, so that's going to be our tab. So we are done with our tab. Right at the bottom, we need to have our TabBarViews. Okay, our TabBarViews, that's where we're going to be displaying all our orders. So what I want to do over here, I want to just get rid of this and move it to a widget. So this one, we're going to call it tab. We can call them home tabs. Okay, like that. So they'll take in the controller. So we need to move this to a new file like that. So first we need to save, and we come back to our home and we save, so we don't have any problem. So these are going to be our tabs. So we need to add a little bit of size box, a little bit of height between these tabs and the next widget that we're going to have right at the bottom. So right at the bottom, we're going to have a tab bar. A tab bar, that's where we're going to be displaying tabs which are corresponding to the index that we will be on, right? What we need to do, we need to create a container. In this container, we're going to give it a height, not a width, but we're going to give it a height. And our height is supposed to be height multiplied by 0.7, right? After that, we are going to give it a color. Let's give it, the color is not transparent. It's supposed to be transparent over here. And as a child, we're going to give it our TabBar. TabBarView, not TabBar. Okay, so our TabBarView takes in a controller, and it takes in our controller. We have to map it to our TabBar controller, and it also takes in children. Okay, so our children, that's a list of widgets. So these widgets, we have to create them. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to have a container over here. In this container, we're going to just give it a color. So let's go with colors that, let's just give it yellow. So we don't have to save this container now, because we need 6 more containers to match our index. Otherwise, if we save it like this, we're going to run into an error. So that's our first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Then we save. So just to show the differences, here we're going to make it black. Here we're going to make it blue. We're making this one gray, not green, but gray. Let's make this one amber. And let's make this one purple accent. Okay. So we need to add a little bit of padding. Let's say, is it padding or margin? So let's go with margin, a margin of horizontal, a symmetrical margin. Horizontal, we're going to give it a 10 for starters. So that's exactly what we need over there. So we can change this to 12 because we want it to be the same size as our bar. After that, we have to wrap this container in a widget. So we need to give it a clip rect. So our clip rect, we have to give it a border radius. So for border radius, we're going to go with border radius.circular, and we're going to give it a radius of, let's go ahead and give it a radius of 12, and then save. Okay. Probably that didn't work. Why? Because of the margin. So let's remove this from here and give this container a decoration. So here it's supposed to be box decoration. So in here, we're going to put our border radius, and we have to take this color and we are putting it inside. The difference is the same. It shouldn't be, but let's remove this and just figure things out as we go. Let's say we put it inside, take this color and replace this one Okay, that will do. That will do. So instead of having this decoration over here, it's better if we remove it. We can just have a color here, and our color is going to be colors.transparent. And the containers are the ones that we're going to manipulate their edges. So we're pretty much done with our page. Next, I think what we can do, we can create different widgets that we want to display here. So one for the new orders, preparing, ready, picked up orders up until the end. So we need to come to our home inside of widgets. Inside of widgets, we can create a new folder, okay? And we call them orders, okay? So we need to create about 7 files. So the first one is going to be new orders. It is supposed to be a dot file over here. So we need to create a stateless widget. And we're going to call it new orders. So this is going to be our first. After this one, then we're going to have 6 more. Okay, so we need to import material. After importing material, let's just copy this container as it is, and we're going to put it here as our return. Let's import ScreenUtils like that. Let's save it. After saving it, here we need to remove this container, and we need to have this new orders widget over here. So everything remains the same. So we have to do the same for all the pages. Whenever we have our data, we have to come back and visit these pages and put like the correct hooks and put the correct widget to display. Okay. So right now we need to tackle these remaining 6 and create a new file. And for this one, we're going to call it preparing, and it has to be a dot file. So for preparing, we can just copy everything that we do have in our new orders, and we're going to paste it inside of preparing. And we need to change the name from new orders to preparing, like that. We go back to our home, we remove this, and we import preparing like that, add a comma, then that's it. So if we go to preparing, it will have the same color as the first one. Okay, like that. So we need to prepare to create one for new orders, not new orders, but ready. Let's paste the code, and then we change the name to ready orders. You can just change the color here to blue. After that, go back to our home page, and then we can have ready orders. Save. So if we click here, we're going to have this blue background. Now we're going to create the one for picked up. New file, and we're going to call it picked orders, and it has to be a dot file. Paste the code and change the color to red, and we change the name to picked. Let's just call them picked orders, like that. Let's save, go back to our home page, and we change this to picked orders. So after picked, we're going to go to self-deliveries. Okay, let's create a new file, and we call it self_deliveries, and it has to be a dot file. Paste the code, change the name to self-deliveries. Let's change the color over here, and we hook it up. Supposed to be soft delivery is over here, but we need to add a comma over here. Okay. After that, let's go ahead and create the one for delivered. So we create a new file, and we're going to call it delivered orders. And it has to be a .dot file. Paste the code, give it a name. Delivered orders. Let's change the color to a green color. Go back to home, and we're going to hook it up. So delivered orders. And the last one that we need to create is for cancelled orders. It's supposed to be lowercase c, cancelled orders. Let's paste our code. Let's change the color to red. And here is supposed to be cancelled orders. Like that. So if we save, we can go back to our home page and we can hook it up over here. So let's just add const over here so that we won't have complaining lint. So that's all that we need to do for all our pages. Okay, cancelled color is supposed to be red. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. So let's go ahead and see what we can focus on next. Well, right now, let's go ahead and focus on this particular section, foods. Okay, so in our constant data, we already have the data related to food. Okay, so here we do have foods. Okay, so this is the data that we want to use to render to our page, the page that we're going to create over here. So what we can do, let's close common, close constants. So we do have home, views, home, so we need to create a new folder, and we have to call it food. Okay, so in here we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it food page. It's supposed to be food lists, and it's supposed to be a .dot file, right? So here we're going to create a stateless widget, and we're going to call it food lists. So we need to import material. After importing material, we do have a container over here, but we have to return a scaffold. After returning a scaffold, we need to give this scaffold an air bar. So we are going to have a dummy air bar. We're going to style it a little bit later. And as for our body, we need to just return the same body as we have here. Okay, so we're going to have body, and our body is supposed to be a background container. So our background container takes a child, so our child is going to be a container. Okay, so we need to hook this page to our foods. Okay, so if we go to home widgets and we go to HomeTiles, so when we click on foods, we're supposed to navigate to that page that we just created. So we're going to be using GetX for navigation. So we need to get to, then we mention the name of the page that we want to get to. So here it's supposed to be food lists, and let's just go ahead and close it. So we need to add const before that. Okay, that's correct. So the PC might be a little bit slower, so that's okay. So here we need to add transition. So for the transition, we're going to go with left to right, and duration, instead of 500 over here, let's go with 900. So this is the time with which the time with which we take from one page to the next page, right? That's supposed to be duration, and let's close it over here. That's okay. Unless we missed another one. No, we didn't miss any. Okay, now I need to restart my computer sooner or later, because everything is okay. But I'm still having errors. Okay, so let's see. So everything is okay. It was okay. The error was because the computer is a little bit slow. So we need to just visit this page. Let's see whether we can use a different transition. Let's see. Fade in. Okay, that'll change when this error goes away. But for me, in order to trick the app, I'll just do this, cut it and paste it again. Okay, that'll do. Fade in is quite okay, rather than left to right. Okay, so in this page, our app bar, let's go ahead and give our app bar a color. That's a background color. So let's give it case secondary. So we're going to give our scaffold the same background color as well. So it's going to be like that. So if you press back, it seems like we didn't change anything. So that's what we need exactly. So over here, what do we need to do? We are going to use a reusable text widget like that. So we need text. That's supposed to be text over here. And for our text, it's supposed to be food lists. Food lists. Let's just write the name and let's give it a style. So for the style, we're going to go with app style and we are going to give it a size of, let's go with a 14. And for the color, we're going to go with K light white. For the font weight, we're going to go with W600. So we might need to up this a little bit to 16. Okay, that will do. So in here, that's where we are going to have our list. The list of our foods. So our lists, let's go ahead and have list view builder. It's supposed to be a list. Let's go with the list view builder. A list view builder. So a list view builder takes an item builder and item count. So item count is supposed to be foods. That's the list that we do have in our constants. And for our builder, we are going to go ahead with context and the index. And we need to return something over here. So let's just go ahead and return. For starters, we're just going to return a container. That's an empty container. But we need to give this container a little bit of color. So we need to add our color prop. Let's go with case secondary. And down at the bottom, we need to, not down at the bottom, so right at the top, we need to give it a height. So let's give it a height of 90, something like that. Okay, so we need to, that's list view builder. Let's see where we need to add a little bit of padding right at the top. So instead of, okay, what we can do over here, we can add padding. And our padding is supposed to be only top. And we're going to give it a padding of 18.h. And let's go ahead and remove const. Okay, so we created this space. So instead of 18, let's push it to 20. That will do. So this container, we need to add a little bit of padding as well. Okay, so if we add padding, these are how many the items that we have inside of our list. All right. here, go with .h, and we remove that. So from here, we can go with, let's go with symmetric, horizontal. So we're going to manipulate it horizontally and vertically, okay? So horizontal is either, we're going to give it, let's give it a 12. Then vertical, it needs to be a little bit smaller. So we need to give it a 6 or a 5. Okay, that'll do. But this one, we can take it down to a 4. Okay, so cool. So now our main focus is in this container that we do have, right? So this container is supposed to be the tile, the food tile. So what I want to do, I need to get this and put it in a different file. So I need to extract it first. After extracting it, then we can work with it in a different file. So we need to give it a name. It's supposed to be a food tile over here. And it has to be, oh no, it can be like that. Okay. But right here on top, we need to have our final feed is equals to feed, and then we need to access the index that we're in. So this is a map string dynamic. So we need to have a final map string. Okay. So here it has to be required. We need to pass this data from here. Okay. So it has to be feed, and we need to map it to this particular feed. Okay. So I think we're done with this section. So what we need to do is to add this, to move this to a different file, but let's save it first. And we go ahead and move this to a file. So we're going to put it in foods. So we need to create a new folder and we need to call it widgets. Okay, that's where we are going to move this file to. After moving, this is our newly created file. So we need to save it first. And we go back to our food list. We save the list. So we can close this for now. Let's close all the pages that we are not focusing on. So our main focus is this page, right? So we need to give this particular container a little bit of decoration. So we need to get rid of the color first. So we need to add decoration, decoration text, box decoration, and we need to add the color inside, and we're going to have a border radius. So let's go ahead and give it a border radius of 12, like that, and let's go ahead and save the file. So that's going to be our tile. So the color of this tile, it has to be a off-white. Let's go with off-white and see how it looks. Okay, that's exactly what we need. So off-white will do us justice. So whatever we are going to do inside, that's going to be how our tile is going to look. Now, so let's continue. In this section, we want to finish up on our food tile. So here we're receiving our data from the page, this food list page. So if we come to our lib folder, go to our food lists, right? We are passing the data over here to our food tile, right? So this is the data that we have here. So we just want to print the data over here so that we can see what we are dealing with. So we just go ahead, write a print statement, and we're going to print food. Okay, like that, and we save. Okay, so this is the data that we are getting over here. So we have our data, so we can go ahead and use the data. So inside of our container, we need to give our container a child, and our child is going to be should we put a raw widget? Let's go ahead with a raw. So a raw text in children, right? So for our first child, we need to put a a size box. Let's go with the size box because we need an image first. Size box. In this size box, we have to give it a width and a height. So we're going to give it a width of 62. Okay, that's supposed to be 62.w, and we're going to give it a height. Height is going to be the same, so we need to make it a square somehow. So we're just going to do this, see how it looks. If there are any changes that we need to make, then we can come back and make those changes. Okay, so right inside we need to have like a clip rect, not a clip rect per se, but child. And as a child of that size box, we're going to have a clip rect. Okay, so our clip rect takes border radius and a child. So first we need to handle our border radius. So our border radius is going to be border radius.circular, and we're going to just give it a radius of 12. And our child is going to be an image, but it's not going to be an asset, but it's going to be a network image. So here, image.network, and our image is going to come from our food. And from our food, we're going to access our images. So let's come here. So this is our food. This must be orange. Okay, but these are food items. So here we only got one image. It's supposed to be a list somehow, but anyways, we can go with image URL. We can make the change whenever we have the right data. Okay, so it's supposed to be image URL over here. Hopefully we won't run into an error. So that's our image right here. So what we need to do, we need to have the fit property. So we have to make our image, like we have to make our box fit to cover so that it can just cover like the surface area, the given surface area. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our image. We need to reduce the size a little bit. So let's bring it down to 80. 80 is even much. 76. 76 will do, but we need to push this size box a little bit inside. So what we can do, we can have a padding widget. And here we're going to have a padding of dot only, and we need to manipulate the, let's go with the, is this supposed to be left or right? Let's go with right, and we need to give it an, let's give it an 8 for starters. That ain't supposed to be right, it's supposed to be left. We need to push it in a little bit. Okay, this is giving me trouble. Like that. So it's supposed to be left, not right. And we need to include ScreenUtils over here. Since we're manipulating the left side, it has to be .w. So that's all that we need to do for image. And we need to, since we're in a raw widget, we need to have another widget. So our next widget is going to be a column, but we need to create a space between this image and our text, the text that we're going to put in our column, right? So we need to add a size box. Let's give it a width of 12. It should be okay. Padding, children. Right below that, we're going to go ahead and have a column, right? So our column will take in children. So our children, they are going to be text widgets. We're going to have 2 text widgets. But first, let's go ahead and have cross-axis alignment. We're going to have cross-axis alignment space evenly, okay? So here is supposed to be a dot start. That's cross-axis alignment. And for the main axis alignment, we need to space evenly, like that, okay? So right inside, now we need to have a reusable text widget. We need to provide our text, and our text is going to be food, and we need to have the title. We need to display the title over here, and we need to give it a style. So for our style, we're going to go with our app style. Let's give it a size of 11, and for the color, we're going to go with K dark. And for the font weight, we're going to go with 400, like that. So let's save that. So we do have our titles over here. So let's just try to make it bold a little. Make it 500 over here. So that will work. Let's add a comma, copy and paste. So right at the bottom, we're going to have the delivery time. So this one, what we can do, we can use interpolation. But before that, we need to have something like delivery, and this should be time. Okay, so we need to change the size, make it smaller a little bit. Let's go ahead, close this. Change this not to 6, but 9 will do, and we need to change the color to K gray. I think gray will do. Gray will do on this one. Okay. What? Oh, it's a 9, not a 6-9. So far so good. Right underneath, we need to display the list of additives if we have any. Okay, so what we're going to do over here, we're going to have a size box. So we need to give this size box a height. Then I'm going to give this one a height of 18. After that, we need to give it a child. So our child is going to be view.builder. Okay, so we said our list view builder takes in item count and item builder. So first we need our item count. So item count, we have to access the food. After accessing the food, we need to go and get additives. So we have to pick the right name. Okay, so since we printed this, we have the correct spelling over here. Right, so it's supposed to be additives dot length. After that, for our builder, we need to have our contexts as well as our index, and then we're going to return whatever we are going to display over here. So let's go ahead and return, and we need to return a container, right? So our container, in our container, we need to have a margin. So we're going to have a margin of dot only. We need to manipulate the right side, but our margin here, it has to be 4 or 5, but I'm going to go with 5. That'll do. And let's give it a little bit of padding. Not padding, but let's go with decoration. And then box decoration. So first we need the color inside of our box decoration. So our color is supposed to be something a little bit lighter. So we're going to go with K secondary light. After that, we need border radius. So for border radius, we can go with 10 or 9 over here. You can see which radius fits, like whatever you want to do. So here I'm going to just give it a 9. Okay, so that's it for our box decoration. So we need to give our container a child. So for our child, we're going to have a center widget. We need to wrap our text inside of a center widget, but before we put our text widget, we just need to, we can just put the text widget, and then we can handle the padding a little bit later. So here we're going to have a reusable text widget. And so we need to display the food additive title right over here. So what we can do, we can create a final instance over here. So we can say a string. So this is not a string, so we need to access it, and we need to get So the title, that's the one that we're going to display. Okay, let's just call it title, not text. Okay, so the title, that's the one that we're going to display here, and we need to give it a style. So we're going to go with a style, give it a size. For size, we're going to go with 8. Color, let's go with gray. And for the font weight, we need to go with W400, like that. The vertical. So we need to add width to our size box. Okay, width. So for width, we're going to have width multiplied by 0. Let's go with 0.7 over here. So let's just hot reset our application. Hot restart our application. And after hot restarting, we need to visit the food. Okay, so we do have our lists, but that's not what we expected. So we need to change the scroll direction to horizontal from vertical. So we need to include scroll direction. It's supposed to be axis dots horizontal over here. Okay, and then we save. Okay, so that's going to be it, but we still need to add a little bit of space over here to the left and to the right. Okay, so here we need to wrap this reusable text widget with a padding. So our padding, we're going to go with .o, and we're going to give it a 2 over here. Okay, that will do, but it makes our item a little bit bigger. So let's give it a 16. 16 is okay, not bad. So we can go with symmetric, and we manipulate the horizontal part. Okay, that is the most appropriate one. Instead of a 3, we can give it a 4 to give it a little bit of breathing space. Okay, so that's good. So let's just add ScreenUtils over here, get rid of the consts, and we still need to have our prices, right? Prices of the food. Okay, so to have the prices, what we're going to do, we're just going to, we do have a row over here, right? We're going to wrap this row inside of a column, and we're going to change this column into a stack. After changing this into a stack, we need to just close this row, open it again. We need to check something. Okay, we closed it here, so everything will work fine. So down below here, we're just going to have a positioned widget, right? We're going to have a positioned widget. So a positioned widget takes a child. So our child, we're going to give it, we're going to like put a container. We need to put a container. So for a container, we need to give it a little bit of height and a little bit of width. Okay. So first, we're going to handle our height. So as for our height, we need to give it a height of 19. That's 19.h. And for the width, let's give it a width of 60. Okay, seems like we do have an error over here. Okay, these are supposed to be inside the container. Let's just format the code, and let's bring this down. Bring our width down. So after our width, we're going to require decoration. So let's go ahead, handle our decoration. Our decoration takes box decoration. Let's go ahead. Instead of a box decoration, we need to have the color. So our color, we're going to go with kPrimary, and we need to give our container a border radius. So we're going to go with border radius dot circular, and we're going to give it a 12 over here. So far so good. Now we need to give this container a child, right? Because we haven't hooked a child to it. So we're going to have a child, and our child is going to be, we're going to have a center widget as well, just like the same way that we did for our previous widget. Okay, so a center text in a child, and our child is going to be a reusable text widget. Okay, so we need the price. So for price, food price, okay, and we need to add a $sign. That's why we do have interpolation over here. And let's add, it might be a double. Let's just add to string over here. Let's fix 2. So we need to add 2 decimal places. App style, we need to give it a size of 12. The color, we're going to go with light white. And for the font weight, we're going to just make it bold. Okay, so font weight dot bold. Yeah, okay, so these are prices, and they all got 2 decimal places, so that's okay. But what we need to do, we need to position this positioned widget, right? To the right, we need to position to the right. So to get it to the right, let's say we put 0 over here, it's going to be to the right. So we need to bring it inside a little bit. So we're going to give it a 5, so it's a little bit inside, and we need to make sure it's at the bottom a little bit. So we need to include the bottom property, and we need to give it a 5 as well over here. And let's just save. Not bottom per se, this is supposed to be top. Okay, my bad, not bad. So it's supposed to be top, so it's going to be like that. Okay, so these are food lists. The only thing that's remaining is to hook it to a proper, like to the REST API. We haven't worked on our side. Of course, we do have a backend already, but we need to include the restaurant endpoints, everything related to the restaurants, because we've created restaurants, but we didn't touch anything that's related to restaurant. But for this part, this is all that we need to do. We are done, and probably the same design is the one that we're going to use to display the orders here. It is just going to be a different set of data when it comes to orders. We need to move on to our add foods. We need to handle a couple of things before we. The page is going to be a little bit tricky because it got more things as compared to any of the pages that we're going to create. So I'm just going to do it bit by bit. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to create the page itself. So we need to come to our views. Inside of our views, we create a new folder, and we're going to call it add foods. Okay, it's supposed to be foods over here. After we create the folder, we're going to create a file, and we're going to call it add foods as well. In this one, it has to be a .dot file, and we need to create a stateful, because we're going to have controllers in here. And we have to give it a name, add foods. Okay, we need to import material. After importing material, then we need to come here in our return widget. It has to be a scaffold. So for scaffold, we're just going to put an app bar first, right? Like that. So if we put an app bar, now we can be able to hook it up. So if we come to our home tiles, inside of home widgets, home tiles, add foods, we need to navigate to that particular page. So we're going to be using the same transitions, so we can copy the code that we have on foods. That's the same code that we're going to paste over here. After pasting, we need to change the page that we are navigating to. We're navigating to add foods. Okay, and we just save. So probably you ain't going to run into the same errors that I'm running into. It's not even error, but the computer is like a little bit slow to read. So now we can go to the page. So that's going to be our page, right? So in our page, we need to make some few changes. Why is it unused? Okay, we need to have some few changes. So right at the top, let's have a body first, okay? And then we can deal with our error. So as for our body, we're going to return a background container. Not a background container per se. Okay, a background container first, and then inside of that background container, then we're going to have a list view, okay? Background container, and as a child of the background container, we're going to have a list view. Like that. Okay, so let's just format the code and save it. So that's going to be our page. So as for our app bar, we are going to have this back button, right? And we need to style it a little bit. So we can have a background color. So for our background color, we're going to go with, say, secondary. That's the scaffold background color. And we need to use the same color for our app bar. Like that. So here, we need to return a column. After returning a column, we need children. So we need to have 2 reusable text widgets. Okay. So first, we're going to say, to give it a string, we're going to say fill all the required information to add feed. The required information to add feed items. Okay. It's supposed to be items over here. And as for a style, we're going to pass app style. And let's give it a 14. And for the color, let's go with K light white. And for the font weight, we're going to go with this one. Let's give it 600. And let's save it. Okay, so that's going to be our title. So let's see if we have main axis alignment and cross axis alignment. We're going to put them all to start. And we need to just add a comma and copy this reusable text widget, and we're going to paste it down here. Okay, so for this particular, okay, the first one, we can say welcome to Foodly restaurant. Come to the restaurant panel. It's supposed to be restaurant panel over here with the capital letter R. Okay, like that. So for this one, we can make it a little bit smaller. Let's go with 12, and we can make it normal. Okay, but we do have to push it a little bit. So we need to go ahead and have center title. In center title, we're going to set it to false. Okay, like that. So that's what it is going to look like, our app bar. And in here, now we need to have our widgets, right? So the first thing we need to have our, what you call them, like our categories. But before our categories, we're going to have not a padding, but we're going to have children, right? In our children, the first child that we're going to have is going to be a size box. So this size box, we have to give it a width, and our width is going to be equal to the width that we do have in our constants. And down at the bottom, we're going to have a height. And for the height, we're going to give it the height. Like that. Okay. So we need to give our size box a child. So for a child, we're going to have a page view. A page view takes in a controller. So first we need a controller. So we haven't created the controller. That's something that we are going to do in a little bit. And we need, what do you call it? Page sniping. It's supposed to be page sniping. We need to set this one to false. So we need to create this controller. So we need to go right to the top, right? So here we need to create a final page controller. Okay, and our initial index is going to be 0. And we can get rid of the initial index. And here we need to have our page controller. So the first page, we're going to display our, what you call them, like our categories. Because if you want to add a food item, first you have to pick a category. Then you go on to add the information that you need to add, that you're required to add. Okay. So for this part, I think everything is okay. We need to have children. So since this is a list, all our required pages are going to be in here. So to start with, we're going to create a page specifically for all categories. Okay. So we're going to have a new folder inside of our add foods, and we're going to call it widgets. And we need to create a new file. After creating a new file, we need to give it a name. So we're going to create for all categories. So categories, we already have categories in our data, like in our backend. So we can go ahead and try to run our backend and just get the data direct from the backend rather than to use static data. Okay, so here we need to have a stateless widget, and we're going to say, instead of all categories, we can say choose category. That's the name of the page. And this page is not supposed to be a stateless widget, though. It's supposed to be a hook widget, because we're going to be using hooks to get our data. So let's see whether we can import Flutter hooks. Okay, let's get rid of this. Okay, so that's supposed to be our page, and we're going to hook this page to to our children. Choose categories. Okay, so that's our page, but we don't have anything here, so nothing is showing. So what we can do, we can just add a text. Okay, container. We add a child. Our child is supposed to be a center widget, and our child of that center widget is supposed to be a text widget. So now we do have this. Choose category. Okay, so next we're going to just go ahead and handle whatever we're going to put in here. But before that, we need to just go ahead and run our backend and see. Because like now we're at a point whereby we can work with our backend, with the current state of our backend. With our project, right now we need to run our backend. So if you don't have the backend, probably you need to visit this folder. So I already have the backend in here. Okay, so you just need to extract this and you drop it in your code editor. After dropping it in your code editor, the next thing that you need to do, you need to run the backend. Okay, so to run the backend, only two commands. The first one is npm I, and the next one is npm start. Okay, so once you open the code in your code editor, you run npm I, so your dependencies are going to install. After they are done installing, you just go ahead and run npm start. Okay, so that's all you need to do for the backend. And one other thing to take note of, we are dealing with our categories. We're heading into a phase where we are dealing with our categories. So we already have the functions created in our backend. Okay, here we're getting all categories and we're excluding more categories from the data that we're sending back. So this is the data that we want to use. Of course, we do have the data in our UI data, the constant data that we have in our constants folder. That's the one that we're going to use to design. After we create a hook to get the categories, then this is the function that we're going to use. And one other thing is for our food, to get the food related to a particular restaurant, we need to use this function, right? This function. So we already have the function, but we don't have a restaurant, so take note. So probably this one we'll use it a little bit later when we are done with our authentication. And talking about authentication, we already have our authentication in here for both the user and the restaurant. Okay, so you have to have like a user account in order for you to register a restaurant. All of those parts are taken care of in this backend. So we're going to just add teeny tiny bits of code so that our backend can fit what our restaurant panel require. Okay, so that's all for this section. Next, let's go ahead and design this page. Okay, so this is what it is going to look like after being designed. So we just need to write the code over here. So first, what we can do over here, we can remove this center. After removing the center, we need to have a container. We already have a container, so we're just going to give the container a little bit of height, and the height is supposed to be height over here. After giving it the height, we need to give it a child. So for the child, we're going to go with 0.7. Not 0.7. Not really. We're going to go with the list view. So a list view takes in children. So let's get rid of that all. Okay, so here we do have our children. So our first child is going to be a column. Okay, so we're just going to have a layout first, and then we can work on our widgets. In this column, we have to wrap it inside of a padding. And our padding, it has to be padding dot only. Okay, so we're going to have left, right, left, bottom, and top. Okay, so we're going to start with the left. From the left, we need to give it 12, and from not 12, but let's give it some like 16. If there's any need for change, we're going to do that. Top, we need to give it a 12, and to the bottom, we're going to give it a 12 as well. So we need to get rid of the consts so that we can incorporate our ScreenUtils. So let's just incorporate ScreenUtils first, and then we get rid of the const. Okay, like that. So we just need to get rid of const over here. So let's just go ahead and do it. After that, we leave it like this. Okay, so right at the bottom, we're going to have a size box. It's supposed to be size box. In our size box, we need to give it a height. So we're going to give it a height of height multiplied by 0.7, 0.8. So let's go with 0.8 for starters. And we need to give it a child. So as a child, we're going to give it list view builder. So as we said before, a list view builder takes in item count, and it takes in item builder. So here for item builder, we need to have our context and our index. So our index, we're going to pass it as I, and we need to return something over here, right? So we need to return something. So we haven't included our, what do you call it? We haven't included our item count. So we need to come to our list view builder right on top of the item builder. We're going to have item count. Okay, so our item count, we do have categories inside of our UI data, and that's in our constants. So you need to visit our constants. So if you come to constants, we have UI data. So inside of UI data, we have categories right here. Okay, so we can just change this to list categories. Okay, instead of using consts. Let's save that. Okay, so in here, it's supposed to be categories.length. Okay, the reason why we're using these categories because we don't have hooks, though we have our backend running already. So here we need to return a list tile. Oh, not a list body, but a list tile. Okay, so first we need to have on tap. That's the function that we're going to run when we tap the tile. So we're supposed to have a controller where we're going to store the value of the category that we tabbed, and then we can push to the next page, right? So down at the bottom, let's go ahead and have our title. So our title is going to be a reusable text widget, not a text, but reusable text. Okay. So we need our text. So our text is supposed to come from categories. So right at the top, before we return our list tile, we need to create a final instance of our data. So we need to call it category. A final category is equals to categories. And then we need to access the index. We're using I to access the index. So let's just go ahead and close it. So here we need to add G so that it can be categories. So here we need to access the categories, and from the category we're going to get the title like that, and we need to add app style. So for our app style, we need to give it a size. So we're going to give it a size of 12. As for the color, we're going to give it K gray. And as for the font weight, we are going to go with font weight dot normal. Okay, so it's supposed to be font weight dot normal. So let's format the code like that. So we need to also add a trailing. Okay, so this is going to be our trailing. So let's uncomment. Our trailing is going to be an icon, a forward icon, and we need to add color. So for the color, it's supposed to be K gray. And for this size, we need to give it a size of 15. 15. Okay, like that. So let's format the code. We're almost done with this section. But right on top, before we even get to the title, we need to have a leading. So it's supposed to be leading, title, then trailing. So this is leading, this is our title, and this is trailing, right? So let's just do it in the correct order. Right on top, let's go ahead and have a leading. So as for our leading, it takes in a widget. So the widget that we're going to map it to is a circular avatar. So circular avatar has a radius property. So that's the property that we want to use. So as for our radius, we're going to give it a radius of 18. It's supposed to be 18.r. And we need to give it a background color. So for our background color, we're going to go with the same color that we have on the other screen. That's the green color. So we need to use kPrimary like that. And for the image, we're not going to use the background image, but we're going to use the child property. It's supposed to be child. And as for child, we're supposed to render an image, and our image is supposed to be a network image. So it's supposed to be child image.network. Okay, so we need to pass the URL. So we need to access our category, and from our category, we're going to get the image URL like that. Okay, and we need to add the fit property. So we need to make it box fit dot. It's supposed to be box fit over here. Box fit dot contain like that. Okay, so if we save, this is what we just designed. Okay, so now we need to deal with whatever we're going to put right at the top inside of this column. Okay, so for a column, we're going to have children, and before our children, we need to have cross-axis alignment. So cross-axis alignment, we're going to use cross-axis alignment.start, and we need to have two text widgets inside of the column. So we're going to copy this reusable text widget, and we're going to paste the joint in here. So we need to have like a heading over here. So our heading is supposed to be a string, and we're going to say pick category, right? Let's increase the size a little bit from 14 to 16, and let's increase the font weight from normal to bold. Bold might be too much. Bold is too much, so we can go with W600. Okay, so that is okay, totally acceptable. So we need to copy this reusable text widget, and then we paste it down. So we need to add a little bit of a message down at the bottom. So the message, we can have something like you're required to add, you are required to pick a category to continue adding a food item. Okay, so it can be food item or whatever you want it to be. So that's going to be my message right here. So you can see the text is a little bit bigger, so we need to reduce this. I'm going to use let's go with 11, and let's make this font weight to normal. Okay, so that's it. So we are done creating. So the next thing that we can do is to create the controller that we're going to use to handle this particular on tab. Okay, this is good. So if we tap, we're supposed to pick a category, and then we push to the next page. So here it's a little bit tricky. If we put on tab here, then we don't have access to our page view. So we're supposed to push to the next page, is it? So what we can do, right at the top, we can have a final. It's supposed to be a final function, and we are going to call it next. And we need to edit to our formal parameters. It has to be inside the required. So let's save that. So when we press, we're going to handle whatever we are going to handle inside of our of our controller related to our form, and then we're going to go to the next page. So this next is supposed to be passed from this page. Okay, so here we're going to have next. So next is a function here. Okay, so we can do it like this: page controller dot next. All right, so that we can push on to the next page. So let's just save it like that. But now we don't have any, right? We don't have any page after this choose category. So we need to create more pages. So let's take, for example, let's just put 3 pages, right? Like that. So now we have 3 pages. If we click, then we're going to the next. If we click, we're going to the next. Scroll, we're on the first page. Next. Then we can go to the next one. Okay, so we're on the first page. So we're supposed to have other pages over here. So let's just go ahead and remove this. So we're not going to add any button. We're just going to use the click. If you tap, then you pick the category and then you move on to the next. But what we can do, we can disable physics so that it can be scrollable. We have to use next. Okay, so we're going to use never scrollable physics. So if you try to scroll, it won't scroll up until you click next. So on other pages, then we are going to just have some buttons that can help us to go to the next page. So like, for example, now if you click on pasta, then you're taken to the next page. That's exactly what we need. Okay, but this back, it will take you out. Okay, head and create a controller. So we need to head to our controllers and we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it, let's call it food controller. Okay, controller here, and it has to be a dot file. So yeah, we need to create a class, and our class, we need to give it a name. So we're going to give it the same name, food controller, and it has to extend GetX controller. So we need to import get in here. After importing get, the first thing that we need to have a string. So for a string, we're going to have to make it private, and we're going to make it, to give it a name. The name is supposed to be category is equals to an empty string. So let's go ahead and close that. After closing that, we need to create a getter. So string get category. It's supposed to be category over here. So we're going to access the private category. And let's go ahead and close that. So basically what we're doing over here, we are setting our category to this private. Whenever we want to get it, then we're going to use this function, this method. Okay, so we're going to access the private category through this string that we have over here, but we need a setter in order for us to explain this fully. So here we're just going to have a setter, and we're going to give it a name, set category, and set category is going to take in a string as an argument. Okay, and we have to give it a name. So this one is supposed to be new value, right? Like that. And we're going to just go ahead and make our private variable, the private category variable 2. So whatever value that we're going to push through our arguments is the value that we're going to set to our private variable of category. Okay, And when we want to get it, we have to access this private variable through this category that we have over here. Okay. So that's what that we need to do. For that part, we go back to add foods. So here we said we're going to go to the next page. So what we can do, we don't want to have to give ourselves a lot of work. So let's go ahead and visit this category. So in here, we need to instantiate our food category. So we're going to have final controller. It's supposed to be final controller over here. Controller is equals to get.put. And then we're going to need to access our food controller. Let's go ahead and close it over here. So we need to have this. We need to use this controller to set the category. Okay. So here on click, we're going to go ahead and access our controller. Then we're going to set category to whatever value that we have to set it to. Okay, so the value is supposed to be category. In this instance, we need the ID. So it's supposed to be underscore ID, right? So just to run a test, what we can do, we can just come to our controller whenever we are passing a new value over here and setting a new value to our private variable. We can just go ahead and print category. Okay, like that. So that we can have to see the change in our terminal. So going back to our add food, we have 2 pages. So if we click, then this is our category, right? So far so good. We are done with that part. Next, let's focus on the next page. So for next page, we need to be adding images. So images are a little bit tricky because we need to add them to Firebase. First, get the URL, and those URLs are the ones that we're going to send to our database. But one thing that I do need to address, we hooked our Firebase already, but we need to make sure that your Firebase, is it Firebase storage? Your Firebase storage is activated because we want to use Firebase storage. Okay. About dependencies, you don't have to worry because we already have dependencies in our application. So that part is taken care of, but you need to just go ahead and activate Firebase storage. Okay. So here we need to have our images, right? So we can create a new widget inside here. Okay. And we can call it upload. Okay. Image upload. And it has to be a dot file like that. Okay, so here it's supposed to be stateless. Give it the same name. Image, not image, but image uploads. Like that. Okay, so let's import material and then we can go on to work on our widget. Okay, so our setup is going to be almost the same as the one for this categories. So what we can do, we can just come here, copy this size box. Okay, then we can make some changes to it. So this is our file. We need to paste this code. We need to get rid of this. Okay. Let's view builder. Nope, we don't need that. So instead of returning this list view builder, we can just remove everything from here. Let's import the height. After importing the height, import the app style, reusable text, and then our ScreenUtils. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So here we need to change this heading to upload images. Okay, like that. So you're required to upload at least 2 images to proceed. Okay, so that's what it is going to look like. So we can just hook this page and see what it looks like. So back to this add food page, we can get rid of this other category, choose category page that we duplicated. So we're going to have what's supposed to be image uploads. Okay, like that. So if we click, then we're taken to this page. So in here, that's where we're supposed to have our images, right? So we need to create what do you call it? We need to create the widgets that we're going to use to upload the images. So in here, what we can do, let's see, size box that way. Let's just work inside of the size box. Child is going to be a column. So inside of the column, we're going to require children. So now that we do have our children, we have to have containers, like not containers per se, but let's just go ahead repeating a row first. So it's going to, that's going to be the structure. So it's supposed to be column, the row. Then we need another row down below. So we're going to design whatever we're going to put in this first row, and then we can go on to just duplicate it so that we can have a space for 4 images. Okay, so let's start with this container. So we need to, okay, let's design, and then we can deal with the tab later. So height, let's give it a height of 120. It's supposed to be 120.h, and we need to deal with the width. So for width, we're going to go with width divided by 2.3. Okay, so let's go ahead, give it a decoration. So for the decoration, we said decoration text box decoration, is it? So we need box decoration over here. So the first thing that we need in our box decoration is our border radius. So we're going to have a border radius of border radius.secular. So we're going to give it a 10 over here. Let's remove the color for now. Remove the extra brace and extra brackets, and we need to give it a border. So border, we're going to have border.o, and our border, we have to give it a color. So for the color, we're going to go with gray light. Okay, so that's going to be our first. Let's just format the code a little. So we need to give this container a child. Okay, so for starters, our child is going to be a text image. That text image will change whenever we have the URL related to a particular image. Okay, so we'll get deeper whenever we are going to create the functions related to image uploads and stuff. So in here, let's go ahead and have a center widget. So a center takes in a child, all right? And the child of that center is going to be a text widget. So here, let's go ahead and use our reusable text widget. So here it's supposed to be upload image. Now let's give it a style. So we can just bring this down. F style, we give it a 16. As for the color, we're going to go with K gray or K dark. We'll see which one will fit the best. And we have to make it W600 here. Okay. Let's go with K dark. Okay, K dark will do. So this is okay, but we need to bring it a little bit inside. So this column, we need to wrap it in a padding, and we need to change the padding from all to symmetric, and we need to make it, we need to manipulate the horizontal side, and we need to give it a 12 over here. Okay, so we need to remove consts, and let's save. So we do have our widget pushed inside a little bit. That's exactly what we need. So we are going to copy this container, and we're going to duplicate it. Okay, so as for our row, we need to add an extra prop that's supposed to be our main axis alignment. So main axis alignment is supposed to be space between. So it's going to be like that. So we're going to have at least 4. Okay. So we need to copy this row, duplicate the row. Okay. But before this other row, we're going to have a size box. Let's give it a size, a height, not a size. So we're going to give it a height of 20 over here. Let's go ahead and close it. Format the code. Add ScreenUtils over here. Okay. So that's what it is going to look like. So here we need to have 2 buttons, one to go to the next page and the other one to go to the previous page. Okay. So next, I guess we have to create the custom button because we don't have a custom button over here. So that's what we're going to focus on. We create our buttons and then we can go ahead and deal with our functions. Right now, we need to create the buttons, the previous and next. So what we can do, we can go to our directory. In our directory, we need to visit common. Inside of common, we need to create a new file and we need to call it custom button like that. And we need to make it a dot file. It's supposed to be dot, not comma dot. So we need to create a stateless widget in here and we need to give it a name, custom button, and we need to import material. After importing material, we're going to wrap this container with a gesture detector. It's supposed to be gesture detector over here. Okay, and we're going to have on tap. So on tap, we're supposed to do something. We're supposed to have a function here. So this function, we're supposed to call it from the parent widget that we're going to use the button in. So we need to create a final variable over here. Okay, so that's our first, and we have to map on tap to on tap like that. Okay, so inside of our container, we need height and width. So first we're going to go with width. So for width, we're going to go with, let's give it the same width as the device width. If this width is not provided, okay, now that's wrong. Okay, so we have to give it a button width here. So in case we want to provide the width. If we don't provide the width, then we're going to use the width of the device. Okay, so we're going to have a button width. If button width is not provided, then we're going to assign this width. Okay, so we need to create this variable, and the variable is supposed to be a double. So you need to have a final double, and it's supposed to be button width here. It's same as for our height. So for our height, we're going to have BTN height. If BTN height is not provided, then we are going to go ahead and just use the height that we're going to provide here, which is 28.h. Okay, so here we need to have our BTN height as well. So we created the variable, so let's add them to our formal parameters. After adding to our formal parameters, then we don't have an error. So right inside of our container, we require a decoration. So for decoration, we're going to have box decoration. Inside of our box decoration, the first property that we need to take care of is the color. So we need to do the same for the color as well. So for color, we are going to have to provide, let's call it BTN color here. Okay, like that. If BTN color is not provided, then we're going to go with K primary, like that. So we need to create another variable here. It's supposed to be final, nullable color, and we have to give it a name, BTN color, like that. So let's just go ahead, close it, and edit all formal parameters. Okay, so besides the color, we need to provide a border radius. Okay, so border radius is supposed to be border radius dot secular. We can give it a secular of 10. Let's go with 12 here. Okay, yes, of 12. And we also need to do the same. So here we're going to have another double. Okay, so we're going to call it BTN radius, right? So if BTN radius is not provided, then we're going to go ahead and use 12. If it is provided, then we're going to use BTN radius. So let's add our BTN radius to our formal parameters. Let's format the code. After formatting the code, we need to have a child. Our container has to have a child. So our child is going to be a text widget, but we need to wrap it inside of a center widget. Okay, so we do have our center, and the child of that center widget is supposed to be a reusable text widget. So we need to provide the text, and for the style, we're just going to go ahead and give it app style. Okay, so for the size, we're going to go with 12. For the color, we're going to go with K light white. Let's go with K light white. And for the font weight, we're going to go with FW.500. Yeah, okay. So we need to provide this text from the parent widget. Okay, so here we need to add another final string. So this string is required, so we don't have to make it nullable, and we need to add it to all formal parameters. Okay, so that's the only required parameter. Okay, so let's just go ahead, save. So we are done creating our button. The next thing, we're just going to hook this button to this particular widget that we're creating for the image uploads. So if we go to image uploads, we do have 2 rows, right? Size box, column. Okay, so after the last row, we need to have a size box, and we need to provide the height, right? Like that. So our height, let's go with 25.h. And after that, we're going to have a row, another row widget over here. So our row, we have children. So for our children, we need our custom button, right? So for the text, we're going to have back, and we're going to have on tab. Okay, like that. So these functions, we're supposed to provide them from our parent widget as well, because this widget, we're using it in this page, FoodListPage, right? So we need to have these function coming from this page, right? Okay, so And that's going to be the first. So we need two buttons, right? Two buttons. So we're going to just copy this one. But before we copy, let's go ahead and save. So we have this button and it's a little bit too big. We need to have two buttons. So we're going to have, what do you call it? A between width, and our width is supposed to be width divided by, let's go by 2.3. We want to make it the same size as the same width as our image widgets. Okay, so like that, and we need to manipulate radius a little bit. So it's supposed to be a between radius over here. So for the between radius, let's give it a 0 for starters. Nope. Go with 6. 6 will probably do. Okay, so we're going to go with 9. So let's just duplicate this twice. Okay, not twice, but once. And we need to add main axis alignment to our row. So we're going to have main axis alignment dot space between, like that. And this one, instead of back, it's supposed to be next. Okay, so we have a back and next. So we need to provide these functions. Okay, so right here we're going to have a final function, and we're going to call it, and we're going to have another one, and we're going to call it next, like that. So we need to add them to our formal parameters. After adding them, both of them, they are required, so we're supposed to provide them. Okay, so the first one, it's back, so we're going to just use our back function, and for this one we're going to use next, like that. Okay, so we need to provide them from here. So we're going to have back. So for our back function, it's supposed to be like that, and we're going to have next, like that. So we don't have an error, but we need to be able to push the next page, right? So for next, we're supposed to just go to the next page, and for back, we're supposed to go to the previous page. Okay, so let's try to reset this and see what's happening. We don't have a next page. Okay, so what we can do, let's just copy the ChoseCategory widget, and we put it right after our image uploader. Okay, so we choose carry. Let's see. Oh, something is happening. Okay, so let me figure out what's really going on. Let me try to put it this way. And for next, we're going to do the same. That's okay. That's working. Let's go ahead and try to. Okay, it's working fine. So you just need to hot reset your application. Yeah. Okay. So far so good. We need to go ahead and configure our image picker. Okay, but before we do that, we need to go to controllers. So inside of controllers, we need to create a new file, and we need to call it, no, let's call it uploader. Okay, it's supposed to be uploader controller. Okay, so here we're going to create a class, and we have to give the class a name. So the name is uploader controller with one R. Okay, and it will extend GetX controller. So we need to import get. After importing get, the first thing that we need to have a picker, right? So we're going to have a future void. We have to give it a name. Let's just call it pick image, right? So it's going to be asynchronous, and in here, that's where we're supposed to pick the image. So we're going to create a final instance of our image picker. So picked, it's supposed to be picked image is equals to await. We are going to await for image picker. Nope, this is wrong. So we need to create an instance. So that's something that we should do right at the top. Okay. Right at the top. So we're going to have image picker. And we have to give it a name. So we're going to call it pick over here. Okay. So we need to import image picker. So our error is gone. So when we are picking, this is the function to pick the image. When we are picking the image, we have to await for this picker, and then we can pick the image, right? But we still need to add some more settings to our application so that we will be able to pick images. So we're going to pick image. So we need to provide the source. So our source is going to be image.gallery, image source.gallery. So that's going to be our source. Okay. So this is all that we need to do now. We still have more to do, but this is a good start. So now we need to configure our image picker because it's not configured. So we need to visit pubspec.yaml. Not pubspec.yaml, pubdev. I keep on confusing them. Okay. And we need to look for image picker. So I'm not going to write. I'm just going to show you a little bit of a trick on how to do this faster. We're supposed to put permissions, right? So I'm going to go to the Git repository of this project, but please don't do anything to the repository. So in the repository, what we need to do, we're supposed to get these three, right? So you can just visit example. You go to iOS. Instead of iOS, you visit runner and you go to info.plist. Okay. So these are the three things that we're looking for. So I'm just going to copy them, go back to the project, and I'm going to visit iOS runner info.plist, and I'm going to paste the code over here. Okay. So that's all that you need to do. We don't need to write anything. We just need to have these ones inside of our info.plist. Okay. So back to our function. So here we're going to be picking multiple images in different areas. So we're going to have type, right? I'll show you how how we are going to use this type. Okay. But first, down here, what we're going to do, we're going to say if picked image is not equal to now, then we're going to do something else, right? So we're supposed to set this image inside of a state variable that we're going to create. So we're going to have multiple state variables, right? We need to go ahead and create a state variable. So let's take, for example, we have image 1 to image 4. Okay, those are the 4 that we need to deal with first. Okay, so we're going to have var. That's supposed to be image 1 is equals to rxn, and the type here is supposed to be of type file. Okay, so let's just go ahead and close it. So we're going to have four images. So this is going to be image 2. Right below, we're going to have image 3. And right underneath that, we're going to have image 4. Okay, so these are the 4 images, and we need to also create a list. But this list, we're going to use it a little bit later. It's supposed to be rx list. It is going to be of type string. We're going to store all our URLs when we send the data to when we receive our URLs from our Firebase storage. Okay, so we're going to call them images. We're going to call the list images, and we need to initialize it as an an empty list, but this list, it has to be observable. Okay, so we're going to put the type of the list. So it's supposed to be a list string, and it has to be observable. Obvious. Let's go ahead and close it. So let's go ahead and create the setter. So this is the getter, the function that we're going to use to get the images that are pushed inside of this list, and we're going to create a setter. Okay, so this setter is going to be a little bit different. So we're going to say set images, and so we're going to require a string. So this string is going to be a new URL. Okay, so let's just call it new value over here, and right inside we need to, whenever we receive a new value from wherever we are calling this set string from, we need to go ahead and add that particular value to our images, right? So it's supposed to be images.add, and the element that we're adding is the new value. Okay, so that's it for the string, but we need to have let's see. So we have these images. We have image 1, image 2, image 3. Let's see. Okay, we don't need to do anything with these ones as yet. Let's see. So in here, we're going to have, we can use a switch statement, but I'm going to use an if statement. So if type, so type is equals to 1, then we're going to go ahead and have image1.value, right? We're going to set whatever image that we get from our picker to this value that we have over here, right? Same as for image 2, same as for image 3, image 4, and image 5. Okay, not image 5. We don't have image 5, but let's see what might be causing the error over here. We need to close this over here. So this is the first thing that we need to do, just to get our images. Okay, so after this, we need to create a function. Okay, we're just going to return over here. We need to create a function to add the images to Firebase storage, right? But for starters, what we can do, we can just try to pick an image and then print the value. Okay, so we need to go to not to our controller, but to our image uploader. So right on top, we need to have a controller to instantiate our controller. So we're going to have get.put. So here it's supposed to be uploader controller. Okay, so this is our first image, right? Our first container. So we need to wrap this container inside of a gesture detector. We need to wrap it with the gesture detector, and we are going to have on tap. Okay, so this is going to be image 1. So we need to add 1 over here, like that. Okay, so if we go to our image, not to our image, but to our add foods, click on something, click on image 1. Okay, device lost. So our settings didn't hold. Probably we need to rerun our application again. So let's go ahead and do that, and then we can continue. Let's check one more thing. Okay, async. Oh wait. Okay, so that one is okay. So we can just run it. If we do have an error, then we need to figure out what's causing the error and just reconfigure our application. then we can go ahead and run a test. Restarting the application, you can just go ahead and click. So you will be asked to add permissions. You'll be asked for permissions, not to add permissions. Then if you allow, you will be taken to your gallery. So from your gallery, you can pick any image. Okay, so this is our image. So everything is working fine. So our next step is configuring Firebase, okay? Because we need to upload those images and we need to display them over here. Okay, so far so good. Let's jump in, try to create the Firebase functions, and then we can just hook them up here. Because whenever we get the image, the path like this, we're supposed to upload this image to Firebase, get the URL. After getting that URL, that's the URL that we're going to use to display a network image over here. Okay. So let's visit this. Yeah, okay, we can leave it like this. Everything is okay. Or uploader. So this is our image picker, right? So right below our image picker, we need to create another function. It's going to be a future void as well. So this is the function to upload the images to Firebase. So we can just call it upload image to Firebase. Like that. You know, the name is a little bit too much, but we have to just put it like that to avoid any confusion. Okay, so here we're going to require the type. This type that we have over here, we have to pass it to this function. Okay, so we're going to require a string. So inside we're going to have a condition. So if, let's see whether is a better way to do it. If type is equals to, then we're going to upload the image, right? So to upload the image, we're going to have a try catch. So in our try, we need to have a file name first, right? So our file name, we're going to just have a mixture of the date and the last part of our image. Okay, here it's not supposed to be final, but it's supposed to be file name, like that, is equals to images slash, this is the path, then we need to put $. So here we need the datetime.now, and then we're going to take microseconds, since I don't even know how to pronounce that, but if you know, then that's okay. But that's the one that we're going to use. Then underscore, we need to have our image. That's image1 dot value. Okay, so we need to put this one in braces. So we're going to get the path. Wow, it's long. Let's go ahead and close this path, and we're going to split dot last. Okay, so that's going to be our full file name. Let's just go ahead, close it. Okay, now that we have the file name, we need to go ahead and create a task snapshot. Task snapshot, we're going to call it snapshot, is equals to await. We're going to await for the Firebase storage. Okay, dot instance. This is the same as my code, but either way, we don't want to rush it. Let's get rid of this part. Okay, so after we want to just create a snapshot. This snapshot is the one that we're going to use to push the data and get the URL. Okay, so here we do have our reference, and we are pushing our file name as our child, and the file that we're putting is the file that we've added right on top here. Okay, so we're going to be pushing this value to our function. Is that so? Nope. The value is already inside of this controller, so we can just use it straight from the controller. So, but we do need to create some other some variables for some state variables for storing the URLs. Okay, so when we upload the image over here, we're going to have, let's say, image1 URL is equals to await snapshot.ref.get URL. So we need to create this image1. Okay, image1 URL. So let's just go ahead and create it. Instead of making it a string, we have to make it an RX string. So we're going to have RX string, and we're going to have image1, image2, image3. So here we need two more. That's going to be for the logo in the cover. That's logo URL and cover URL. It's better if we cover them now rather than to try to do them later. We don't want to revisit this. So let's just create the files as well. And we're going to have a cover here. Okay, so since we have these ones, we need to create getters and setters as well for them. Okay, we do have an error because we don't have a setter. So let's just go ahead and create a setter. That's going to be for image1 string get, and that's supposed to be image1 URL, image1.value. Okay, these ones are supposed to be all private so that we won't have an error. Let's see, this is a little bit slow. Okay, nope, not okay. So here we're getting the value from the private variable. Okay, so we need a setter. So we can just do this, create for them all, and we can create the setters on their own. But this is a little bit tedious. So we are setting logo URL and we're setting cover URL over here. And now we need for images 1 to 4. So it's supposed to be set image1 URL new value. Then these ones are always the same. Okay, so what we can do, we can just copy this. We have 1, 2, we have 3. So we just have to change the name. This one is supposed to be 2. The next one is supposed to be 3. It's supposed to be image3 over here. The next one is supposed to be 4. Okay, like that. Set image1 URL. Okay, like that. So that's the exact, that's what we need to do for image1. If we do have an error, then we're just going to debug print the error here. That's for now. Debug print each string like that. So let's leave it like that for now. So since we made this for image1, we can create for image 2, 3, 4, and for the cover and the logo. Okay, so what we just need to change is this value over here, this value, and the type. Okay, and the setter over here. Okay, but before we get to that, we need to handle for our logo and for our cover. Okay, so this is what we need to do right here on top. So far so good. So let's just go ahead and have in, okay, so else if type is equals to 2. Okay, so if type is equals to 2, we can just copy this try catch block and we can paste it in here. Okay, after pasting it in here, we need to change this to image2 So let me do that first and we proceed to the next one. So image 2, this one is supposed to be 2 as well. Okay, where else do we need to change? Image 2, image 2. Okay, that's it for that part. Let's go ahead and create for the remaining ones like that. Okay, so everything is set. We're going to image 4. Hey, that's wrong. So it's supposed to be 4 over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we need to have another one for the logo. So here we just change it to logo, and for the image we need to change it to logo, and this one is supposed to be set logo URL. Okay, down at the bottom we're going to have the last one. That's going to be for the cover. Okay, so let's see. It's supposed to be here, cover. So if it is cover, then here we're going to have a cover, and we need to set the cover URL. So we need to call this function in here. Okay, it's supposed to be upload image to Firebase, and we're passing the type, or we can just pass it directly. Like if it is 1, let's make sure it's 1. So here it's supposed to be 2. Down at the bottom it's supposed to be 3. And after that we are going to have 4, and we're going to have 1 for our logo. And lastly, we're going to have 1 for our cover, like that. Okay, so we need to go ahead and run a test using our image 1. Okay, so back to our image uploads. So here we do have a center widget, right? We need to change it a little bit. Instead of displaying a center widget, what we can do, we can have a condition, right? It's going to be a little bit tricky. Okay, we need to wrap this in an OBX. So let's just cut the container and let's wrap it in an OBX, because we need to read the changes within the state, the RX string for image 1, right? So we're going to have a condition over here. So we're going to have controller dot, this is supposed to be image 1 URL is equals to that is equals to empty. Then we're going to display this else. So we're going to go ahead and display the image. Okay, the image itself. So down here we're going to have a clip rect. So for clip rect we have to give it a border radius. The border radius has to be 10. So this code is correct. So we have a border radius. We need to have border radius.circular, and our child of this clip rect is going to be a network image, and the network image is going to take the image from our controller image 1 and display it, and our box vid is supposed to be boxvid.cover. Okay, so here we don't need the value, so let's go ahead and save. Let's format the code. So this is all for image 1. We have to do the same for image 2, image 3, and image 4. Okay. Okay, we did it. This is for what? Which image? Wow. Oh, this is image 1. Image 1. Almost got confused over there. So if it is image 1, we need to just differentiate. Let's add a comment here. Image 1. And down at the bottom, we're going to have our image 2, like that. 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and try image 1. So we're going to upload some tacos. So we're no longer printing here, so we might not see, but this is a URL coming from our Firebase. So everything is working fine. So what we can do, we can copy this gesture detector, right? And replace this container. And here we just need to change this number to 2. and we need to change here to image2 URL as well as right on top. Okay, so we are done with image2. We have to go ahead and do the same for image3 and 4. So we do have this row. So let's do for image3 URL. Let's copy the file name. That's the file name that we're going to use over here. Let's close the gesture detector, copy the gesture detector, and we're going to paste it over here. So the last one, it's supposed to be image4. The type is supposed to be 4, and the image is supposed to be image4 URL. Let's paste that. So that's it for our images. And we need to go ahead and we need to add these ones to a list, to our image list, as we are adding the images, right? So what we can do is we upload image, we have to add it to the list, to our RX list. Okay, so here we have this list that we created on top. Okay, let's go ahead and ignore these. So whenever we have this image, we need to go ahead and set images. Okay, instead of, no, it's supposed to be images.add. Instead of doing it right inside the function, we can do it inside of setters, right? So here we just go ahead and say images. Okay, so that's our list dot add, and we're going to add the new value like that. We do it for all our food related images. So that's all that we need to do for images. All the images we are done, even for the ones that we're going to use to create restaurants, because we are going to require a logo and a cover image. So everything is covered already. So whenever we get to that section, we are just going to use the code that we've written here. Okay. So now we have to go on to the next one. But before we go on to the next one, we need to have a condition to check. We need to have at least 2 images. If the list has 2 images in it, then we are going to proceed to the next page. If it doesn't, then we have to let in you. So here we are done with the image uploading process. So we need to set a condition over here. In order for us to go to the next page, we should have at least 2 images in our image list. Okay, so we need to access our controller. So that's supposed to be controller dot images dot length. That's supposed to be greater than 2. Okay, so this is supposed to be in a condition, in a if condition, right? So let's have our if it is greater than 2, then we can proceed to next. Else we need to do something, right? So it's either we can show a snack bar or we can show a dialog. So let's see whether we can have a snack bar. Okay, so here that's going to be our message. You need to have at least. Okay, so here it's supposed to be greater than 1, since we are going to start from, is it going to start from index 0? That's a little bit confusing. Okay, upload required image. Okay, so let's go ahead and set the color. Nope. That's supposed to be, we need text color and we need the background color. So let me hover over. The properties are escaping me. So that's supposed to be color text. So for the color text, we're going to go with light white, like that. And for the background, we're going to go with primary. And the position, snack bar position, it's supposed to be snack bar position. I don't even know why the VS Code is tripping. So this one, we don't have to put it at the bottom, but we have to put it at the top, like that. Okay, so let's see. Okay, that's going to be our snack bar. So that is working fine. So let's go ahead and reset. After resetting, we do have this page, so we're supposed to go to the next page. So what we can do, we can upload 2 different images. Let's wait for them to pop up. After they pop up, then we can try to just upload. Did we upload the other one? Let's see. Okay, we do have an error somehow. Not an error, but a mistake. So let's go to image 2. This is 2, image 2, image 2. Okay, so everything checks out here. So we need to just visit the controller. Image 1. Okay, so our error is coming from here. So this has to change as well. So this has to be 2. Otherwise, we are setting all the URLs to 1 variable. And this one's supposed to be 3. And the last one is supposed to be 4. Okay. So let's check for the logo. Logo is okay. And cover is okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to re-upload an image over here. Yeah, okay, so everything is working fine, though we have the same image. So what we can do, we can just have a different image over here. It's no biggie since we are not yet uploading to our backend. So if we have 2 images, then we're supposed to go to the next page. So we are done with our images. Now we need to work on this page. So for this page, we need to add the information related to the food. So we need to create a custom text field that we're going to use to manipulate a little bit so that we can just reuse it over and over to have all our fields. Okay, so the fields that we're going to have are going to be, let's check first, because that's something that we don't want to guess. Okay, and for this one, we do have title, description, preparation time. Then here we do have the price and we have food types. Okay, so for food types, you can just type anything, add the food type. It's like you can just put anything random. This one will help the search of the food. So if someone search just a keyword related to your food will show up. So that's helpful. So we're going to have this, and we're also going to have tags. Okay, the tags are kind of the same. So they work the same way. Okay, and this part is for additives. Okay, so that's what we need to go ahead and finish over here. We need to have our text fields first, and then we can handle everything, because everything now that we have to do is reliant on text fields. If you go back, these are all text fields. So text fields, buttons, we already have them. Probably we need to work on this switcher. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our third page. So we need to go to, not to common, but we need to go to views at feeds widget. Then this one, we're going to call it food info. This one might be a little bit tricky. We don't need to do it. Okay, let's do it that way. Food info dart. Okay, so we need the same heading as the one that we have for these ones. So what we can do, we can copy everything from image uploads, come back to our page, paste everything, change the name to food info. It's supposed to be food info. Okay, that's correct. So we're going to leave these ones, but we can change them sooner or later, or we can leave them like that. So let's get rid of the controller and get rid of everything. The size box, this size box, we don't need it. Okay, so we need this heading. Okay, so we want to have details of the feed. So we're going to say add details over here. This was wrong. Supposed to be required. You're required to fill all the information correctly, like that. Okay, so we're done with that part. Let's get rid of unused imports. Go back to our page. In our page, what we have to do, we have to replace this page with food info. Okay, so we're going to put these as empty functions for now. So later, then we go ahead and map them to the correct functions. So this is our page, get feed burger. So for now, since we are running a test, I have to do one thing. We have to disable this condition, because I don't want to just keep on uploading images. So if you do it like this, for now, at least we can navigate. Okay, so this is our page. Okay, the next thing that we need to do now, we need to create a text field, a custom text field, the one that we're going to use throughout the application. So in common, we're going to create a new file, and you're going to call it custom text field, like that. Not filed, but field. Okay, and it has to be in that file. Spelling is still wrong. It might be wrong as well. So here we need a stateless widget. Let's give it a name, custom text field. We need to go ahead and import material. After importing material, now we need to handle our return widget. So our return widget, it has to be a text form field. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to start with decoration. Okay, and then come back and put all the other properties. So for decoration, we're going to have outline input border. Inputs, we're going to have input decoration. It's supposed to be input decoration over here. Okay, so first we're going to require a hint text. So our hint text, we have to give it a name hint text, because we want to provide it from the parent widget. So this is something that we will take care of in a little bit. We're going to have a prefix icon, and we're going to call it prefix icon as well. After that, we need to have is dense, and we need to set this property to true. And down at the bottom, we're going to have content padding, but for content padding, we're going to go with agencies.0. Okay, let's have hint style. For hint style, let's make it constant. It's supposed to be app style. Let's give it a 12. And for the color, we have to give it a grayish color. So we're going to go with gray. And for the font weight, we're going to give it normal. So we're going to go with fw.normal. And that's it for a hint style. So let's go ahead and have a border. So for border, we're going to have a little bit of a radius, okay? But here, border, we're going to have outline input border. The border radius is going to be border radius.circular, okay? And we're going to give it a 10. A 12 will do. 12.r over here. And we need to add border sides. We do have an error over here, so probably we need to add one bracket. So our error is gone. So after the radius, we need to have border side because we need to have lines on the border, right? So for the border side, we're going to have text in border side, not none, because we need something. So we're going to have our color. So our color is going to be not, we can go with K primary. That's okay. And we have to give it a width. Let's give it a width of 0.5, 0.5.w, like that. Okay, that's it for our border. So here, now we need to have some like error border. So for error border, is going to take in input, outline input border. So we need border side. So border side, if there's an error, it's going to be red, and the width is going to be 0.5 as well. And we need to give it a radius. So that's going to be for our border side, for error border side. So after error, we're going to have focused. So if our text field is focused, we're going to have our border side. Let's just copy this one because we just need to change the colors. Let's add another one here and add a comma. Let's format the code. So this is for focus. For focus, we need to change the color to K primary, and this will remain the same, right? So we have to duplicate it so that we can have our next one. So focused error border. So if it is an error border, it has to be red. So here we're going to go with K red. Down at the bottom, we're going to have disabled border. So if it is disabled, then the color has to be K gray. And after that, we're going to have enabled border. If it is enabled, then the color has to be different. It should be K primary. Let's go with primary when it's enabled. Okay, so probably that's all the fields that we need. So we need this hint text, and prefix icon. So here we're going to have a final. That's supposed to be a string, final string, hint text, like that. So let's just go ahead and close it, and we need the prefix icon down at the bottom. So we need to add these two formal parameters. Required. Okay, let's go ahead. Prefix icon. Okay, let's leave it as a required parameter. So now we need to handle whatever comes first before our decoration. So the first thing is going to be the cursor color. So for the cursor color, I'm going to give it K dark. After that, let's go ahead and have text input. Is it text input action? Nah, no, we don't need action. We don't need action. We want to do it manually. We're going to have max lines. We need to provide max lines manually. So we're going to have this property with the name max lines. If it is not provided, then max lines is going to be 1. Okay, so max lines is an integer. Okay, so this will be a nullable int. So we're going to have final int max lines. Okay, so this one is not a required property. Okay, on editing complete, then we're supposed to do something. So we're just going to have this function here. So let's hover over, get the name. That's the same name that we're going to use right here on top. So final on editing complete. Then we close that. Let's edit to all formal parameters. So we don't have an error anymore. And we also need keyboard type. So our keyboard type is going to be keyboard type. We need to provide this from wherever we are using this widget from. Okay, we need to provide it from the parent widget. I was about to say component, parent widget. And we also need a controller. Every text field requires a controller. So controller is going to be controller over here. And let's provide the style. So for our style, we're just going to give it a constant style. Okay, and a validator, we can just add a validator here. We don't want to put it outside. Okay, so if the value is now, then now or empty, then we're going to return this message. Else we're just going to return nothing, and then we proceed. So we need a controller. So final text editing controller, and it's nullable. It shouldn't be nullable. It should be required. This part should be required because every text field needs a controller. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to go ahead and use this custom text field inside of our food info. Okay, but it's a little bit tricky because we have to pass the text editing controllers from the parent widget as well. So we are going to require the text editing controllers here. So let's take, for example, we're going to have multiple controllers, right? Like here, okay? Let's see. Let's just do it and then we come back. So first we're going to have title. I'm just going to call it title. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So let's take, for example, over here, we have, let's have a column. In this column, we're going to have children. So our first child has to be a custom text edit. No. Custom text field. Like that. So we have to provide the hint text and the prefix icon. Okay. The hint text, we're going to just say title. The prefix icon, it can be any icon. So here, icon. Icons.abc. Okay. So that's what it is going to look like. Let's add a little bit of padding here. So for the controller, if we say controller here, and we map it to title. Yeah, everything is working fine. So that's how we are going to do it. So what's left is for us to just duplicate these ones, duplicate our text editing controllers to match the number of controllers that we need. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we need 5. Let's just change this to let's see. We can leave it like that, but we need to change one more thing over here. Okay, the name is wrong again. Instead of, it's supposed to be custom. Okay, let's open it again. Border. Let's see. Focused. Enabled. Okay, we can leave it like that. It's no problem. But we're going to have to copy this and you need to paste it multiple times. Add a comma over there. Let's add another one. Add another one. Okay, so we have our text fields. The next thing that we can do is to add a size box. And we need to give it a little bit of height. So for our height, probably going with 15 would do, because 10, that's a little bit too small. Okay, so we're going to just copy this and we're going to paste it over here. And down at the bottom, let's go ahead and paste another one. And we paste another one. Let's format the code. So that's what our code is going to look like. Okay. So we only have all of them, their titles, right? So we need to change the hint text as well as the controllers. Okay. So here we're going to require 1 for the description. After description, we need another one for the price. The preparation time. We need preparation time over here. Let's just call it preparation and let's add this one to the for more parameters. So title, and here we're going to have description. And for description, and you're going to have keyboard type. Keyboard type is going to be text. Okay, it's supposed to be text input dot multiple lines, and then max lines we're going to set them to 5 or minimum. Okay, so that's what it is going to look like. This is a little bit off somehow. Let's see, for this one it's okay, but for this one with max lines, then it's a little bit off. So we can visit max lines is not equal to 1. Is not equal to now. Let's go with 1 over here. Okay, so here it's supposed to be equal. Okay, so that's what it is going to look like. But 12 is a little bit too much, so let's make it 6. Just to bring everything inside. So these ones, our max line is equals to 1, so we are not going to add content padding, but for description, we're going to add content padding, okay? So that's what we did over here. Let's see what are the fields. We need preparation time. So this one, we can call it, we can map it to preparation controller. And this is food preparation time. For example, that's e.g. 10 minutes. Okay. And right after that, we need price. So for the price, we're going to just say price. And for the keyboard type, we're going to go with input, text input dot number. Okay. So these are the first 4. And down at the bottom, we need to create one form. We need to create this particular section for adding food types. Okay. And we need to create a section for adding food types. So let's bring back our application. And select all, get rid of that. For description, price. Price. Okay, so we can put it like that because we just need an integer. Okay. So the icons can be different according to your liking. So I don't know how you're going to do it, but not how you're going to do it, like which icons you're going to choose, but you can choose anything. Okay, so that's okay. So this one that we have over here, we have to remove it. After removing it, what we can do, we need to have something like this. Okay, we need to have a padding and a column, and we need to paste it right in. Okay, so let's just format it a little bit. So that's what we're going to have. Probably the best choice is to go ahead and put it right outside this column that we just created, we were using, okay, because we have this column wrapped around the padding, okay. So we want to put this outside like this so that our text can be aligned to the start. So here we can say add food types. Types helps with food search. Yeah, okay. That's a little bit long. Let's just column types over here so that we can have everything in one line. Types like that. So we need a text field for the types, right? So we just need to copy one from over here from the top, and we're going to paste it down here. Let's see. Wow. Do we even need, okay, probably this padding. Okay, this one is the, okay. We have to wrap it around the padding widget either way. So we have to put it inside of another column, and we need a button right after that. So let's put it in a column like that, and we wrap this column inside of a padding. Okay, so the padding, this padding should be at least 12, like that. So we're going to have this, and we're going to have a button to add. Okay, so here we need to have a size box, and then we call for our button. Let's give it a height, and we're going to give it a height of 15. And down at the bottom, we're going to have our custom button. This button is for adding the food type to our list. Okay, so we're going to set up the logic for our food types sooner or later. And food type. Okay, so that's going to be the button. So we need to have on tap. So on tap here, we're just going to put an empty function. After that, what we need to manipulate radius a little bit. So radius is supposed to be btn radius. Btn radius, I'm just going to go with 4. 6. Okay, 6 would do. And for our height, we need to add ScreenUtils like that. Okay, so that's going to be it. If you add something over here, you can just go ahead and add it to formal parameters. Not to formal parameters. You need to add it to the list. Okay. So we are not yet done. We are not yet done because we need to add whatever we are typing here to a list that we're going to display underneath. Okay, let's go ahead and make some few changes. So over here, we need to change our button color. So we're going to go with btn color. So for the color, we're going to give it k secondary. It's going to be like that. And we need to go ahead and create a controller if we don't have one. So let's just go ahead, open food controller. We already have a controller here. So in this controller, we're going to create an RX list It's supposed to be a list string here. Okay. So this one, we have to call it types. Okay. So it has to be observable. And here we are getting the types, and here we are setting the types, but we don't want to do this. We don't want to set the whole list. So on our setter, we are going to just take in a string, and we are going to just go ahead and add the string that we are going to be getting from this text editing controller to this list that we created over here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do in our controller. So going back to our page, is supposed to be, this is for images. We need to close it for now. TextField, let's close it. Info here. Okay, so whatever we are going to have in this text editing controller, we're going to add it to our list. So we need to have our controller. So let's create a final instance of our controller. So we're just going to call it controller over here is equals to get.put. So this is going to be food controller. We need to import it, not food info, but it's supposed to be food controller. Okay, like that. So we need to use this controller right here. So it's supposed to be controller dot set type. Our type is supposed to be the text from this controller, custom text field, the controller of this custom text field. Okay, so we have to create a controller for it. So right at the top, we can call it types, editor, formal parameters, and we need to provide it from our parent page. So this might not be the right way to go about it. Okay, so going back to our add food, we need to provide these from here, from this page. So we are yet to create the text editing controllers in this page. So let's take, for example, here. Let's change the hint first before we, I'm just going to put something like breakfast, something like that. So you can choose the way that oh man, this is wrong. You can choose your types accordingly. Okay, here is supposed to be add food types, and that text that we just cut, it's supposed to be right at the top. So this one has to change to types, and that text should come in here as a hint text, right? Like that. Okay, so let's say we add breakfast. If we add breakfast, then click on this page, it's going to be sent to this list, and we need to display this list over here. So let's handle the list first. So the list is going to come between the text field and the bottom. Okay, so right underneath, we're going to create a size box. Do we need a size box? Nope, we don't need a size box. What we need over here, we just need a row, but let's go ahead and have the condition controller dot types is not empty. Then we are going to go ahead and display a row. Okay, so a row takes children. Since we are in a condition, if we don't have anything, we are going to display a sizebox dot shrink. Okay, like that. So as for our children, we are going to have a list dot generate. The length is supposed to be coming from our controller dot types dot length. It's supposed to be length, and we have our index, and we have to return something. So we're going to pass our index as I, and here instead of using our function, we're going to use braces, and we're going to return a container like that. So let's just go ahead and close it. After returning a container, this container has to have like a margin. So we're going to give it a margin only to the right, but instead of giving it 10, we're going to give it a 5, and we're also going to give it a decoration. So for the decoration, we're going to give it a box decoration the first thing that we need in our box decoration, we need the color. So we're going to go with kPrimary color. We have to make it kPrimary over here. Let's give it a border radius. So border radius is supposed to be border radius dot secular, and we need to give it a radius of 8.r. Okay. Still not inside, but we need to give our container a child. We need to display the text child. So our child has to be a center widget, a center text in a child. Our child is going to be a padding widget. So first we handle padding, and we give our padding widget a child, and that child is going to be a reusable text widget. So let's go ahead and give it edgeinsets.all, and we're going to give it a 2 over here, and we're going to give it a child. So our child is going to be a reusable text widget. So this reusable text widget takes in a text, and our text is supposed to be controller.types.index. No, then we're going to access the index, and we're going to give it a style. Then we're just going to close it. But over here, we need to add. Do we need to add, or do we need to remove? Let's see. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Okay, let's do it manually. The reusable text like that. So our text is going to come from controller.types, and we need to access the index. After accessing the index, we need to give it a style, app style, give it a size of 12. And for the color, we're going to go ahead and give it a color of K light white. As for the font weight, we're going to make it normal. So let's format the code. That's going to be our code right there for the row. Okay, let's just add const over here like that. So let's say our food type is breakfast. If you click on add, okay, we still have an error because we're not providing these text editing controllers from this page. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our controllers. So here, let's just go ahead right to the top, where we're going to copy every controller that we have, paste it here. Okay, so we need to do this for every controller that we have. And the other thing, just to avoid the error, probably we need to make them required in the other page, because if we make them nullable, then we're going to run into this error countless times. So if we come to this food info page, then we need to just remove these question marks because we need them. So they have to be required from the parent component, the parent widget that we're using this widget in. Okay. So here they are all required. So we need to go back to our add food. In our add food, then we're going to add our controllers. Title, that's the first, description, and we map it to description, price to price, preparation time to preparation time. So that's going to be the way that we're going to pass them. If you are not using them, then here we're going to go ahead and dispose them. So we need to dispose all these if you are not using them. Okay, so let's go ahead and run a test and see whether we'll run into the same error or not. Beverages next, supposed to be a breakfast. Now we don't have an error, but nothing is showing. Okay, nothing is showing because this one has to be an observable, since our list is in Rx list, right? Text.length. Let's see. So let's make this an OBX. We can just make the whole column an OBX. Okay. Now let's run it again. Breakfast. And now we have our list without any problem. So we need to add a little bit of space and make this a little bit smaller. Okay. So let's copy this size box. And we are going to just bring it down to create a little bit of space like that. But our usable text here, we have to make it a little bit smaller. 9 will do, but we still need to add a little bit of like margin. We have 5 to the right. Let's make this symmetric. And we need to manipulate the horizontal side, horizontal part. Let's give it a 5 horizontally. Okay. That's the best case scenario. Okay. So it's going to be like that. Yes. That's it. So one other thing that we need to do, on click, we're supposed to clear this. Okay. We want to clear the text. After we add, we're just going to clear it. Okay, like that. That will do. That will do. So we are done with this section. Now we need to have our next button and our back button. So we can visit the image uploads since we have these two buttons. Since we have these two buttons in a row already. So we can just copy this, or what we can do, that's next. Okay, let's just copy, but the best case scenario, okay, let's just copy. If we copy, we go back to our page, we have a button over here. So that's outside, we need to paste. Now we have these two buttons. Let's wrap them inside of a padding. Let's give it a padding of 12, like that. So, nope. We need to change the, let's change the radius to 6. And we need to get rid of this. This can only apply when it comes to images. Okay. So we have next and we have back. But these functions, they aren't functional at this particular moment. Because if we go back to this page, we are passing them as empty functions here. So we just need to do the same as we did here. So we can just copy these lines and we can paste them over here. Okay. So if we press back, we're taken to the previous page. If you press next, we're taken to this page. Next, then we go to the next page. So for our last page is going to be for additives and submitting the form. Okay. To move on to our next page. So we're done with this page. So right after this page, we need to create another page. So this page, we need to go ahead and create it in our widgets. Okay. So we're going to call it Additives. It's supposed to be Additives info, and it has to be a .dot file. We are going to create it as a stateless widget, and we're going to call it Additives info. So the names has to match. Here it's supposed to be info. We need to import material. After importing material, then we are going to return the return widget over here. So let's just go ahead and save. So let's visit this food info page. Right. After visiting the food info page, we need to go ahead and copy everything that we have over here. We do have the size box and the list view. So we need to copy this part as well as creating whatever is going to come inside, right? So for starters, we're just going to copy, not this one. This one might be a little bit too much for us to just copy it. So let's see which page might be suitable. Okay, so let's go to images and copy the one in image uploads. Go back to additives info. That's what we're going to paste in here. Okay, so we need to import constants. We need to import reusable text. we need to import our app style. After importing our app style, then whatever comes here, it has to be in a column. So we just need to close these rows and get rid of them. Probably we're going to require the button, but this button, let's just cut it from here and close this row. After closing the row, we're going to replace it with a button. Let's remove this function and let's import ScreenUtils and let's get rid of everything inside. Besides, we are leaving our custom button, right? So we're going to remove all other widgets that we have, and for our size, we have to make it width. Okay, so back to our add food. Right after our food info, we're going to have additives info. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. After save, we can press next. So we have this page. That's going to be our last page. So in this page, what we're going to do, we're going to change the titles, and then we can have our two text fields, one for the additives name, additives title, and the additives price, the add button, because we're following this same pattern that we have over here. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do that. So first, what we need to do, additives info. Okay, instead of upload images here, we're going to change the title to something related to additives. Okay, so we can say add additives. It's supposed to be additives info. Okay, you're required to add. So we're going to just say you're required to add additives info to your product if it has any. Okay, so that's going to be our heading and our title and our subtitle, right? So down here we do have this column. So inside of this column, we're going to have our custom text field. So we're going to have hint text. So for hint text, for the first one, we're going to say additive title, not additives info, but additive title. So for additives, they can be some like, okay, let's say you're ordering a burger, right? And you need to add some extra sauce. So those sauces are going to be additives, okay? So we have additive title, and we have to give it a prefix icon. So our prefix icon is an icon. So here we need icons. It's supposed to be icons dot. We're going to just let's see. Let's go with a lock, but we need to make our icons consistent throughout the application. So we might come back and just revisit and put the right icons, but for now we can leave it for now. This is supposed to be additive title, and down below we're going to have additive price. Okay, so we need to create a little bit of space. So we need to add a size box. Let's give it a height of 15. Okay, so here it's supposed to be 15.h, and let's close that. So we have created a little bit of space. So between the additive price and the custom button, we need to add a little bit of space as well. So these ones are going to require controllers. So we're going to have a controller. So this one, we're going to give it a name. So since it's for price, we can just give it for additive price, we can give it a name similar to that. We can just call it additive price. And this one, the controller has to be additive title. Title with the T, and let's add a comma. And then we need to add controller over here, like that. So we don't have these ones as yet. So we need to go up and we need to create final text editing controller, additive price, and they're all going to be required, and we're going to have additive title. like that. So let's add them to our formal parameters. After adding to our formal parameters, since they are required, we are required to add them here. So let's just go ahead, add additive price controller and our additive title. So we need to create these two. So let's just copy this. We copy two of our text editing controllers and we give them these names. We do have additive price and we do have additive title. Okay, so additive price, and this one, it's supposed to be title. So instead of making them null over here, we are going to map this to additive price and we need additive title. So let's format the code. Okay, so our first button, we are going to have a first button here to add additives, right? So back to our additives info. Let's add const everywhere in the file. So this one, it's supposed to be add additives like that. So on tab, we're supposed to add additives. So we need to create a list inside of our controller, food controller. This list is going to be a little bit different because when we're adding additives, we need to use a model. Okay, so our model, we have to create it somehow. We need to create the model. So that's the first thing that we want to do. We create the model, and our additives has to have like IDs as well. So we need to create a function to generate the IDs. So that's the first thing that we can do. So here, I'm going to just create a function which returns an integer, and we're going to call it generate. It's supposed to be generate random numbers. Let's just call it generate ID. Okay. So when generating ID, we're going to take an int, a minimum int. Our min is going to be 0. And our max, int max is not supposed to be 1,000. So let's put it up to 10,000. And we're going to have a final random number is equals to. So this random is from .math, okay? From a Flutter package, the .math. So here we're going to have min plus random dot next int. That's how we're going to generate our ID, okay? So just to put it in action, what we're going to do, we're going to additives. So here on press, we want to access our controller, but we don't have our controller in this page. So we're going to have a final instance of our controller is equals to get.put, and we need the food controller. And let's go ahead, just save. So we need to access whatever we have in our controller. So here we're just going to print controller dot generate ID. Okay, so if we click here, we're supposed to generate an ID. Okay, so if we click again, we're going to have another ID. So that's how we're going to be creating our IDs for our additives. So now that we got that out of the way, we have to go ahead and create what do you call it, like the model that we're going to use to take care of our additives. Okay, so for our model, let's go ahead and just let's create a model here. Okay, so don't mind. So first we're going to have ID. So our ID is supposed to be an integer, so we can just put a number. And we're going to have the title and the price. Okay, so these ones are going to be strings, so we can use them like this. So we are going to cut this, and we're going to go to QuickType. In QuickType, we need to paste the code. So here we need to put this in quotations. Let's get rid of the last comma. Ahead and close it over here. Okay, so this one is supposed to be our additive. Okay, like that. So let's just copy our model. After copying our model, we go back to our application. In our application, we need to visit models folder, and we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it additives. And let's call it additives model, and it has to be a .dot file over here. Let's paste the code. After pasting the code, get rid of the unused packages, save the file, go back. And so here we need to go ahead and create an additive each and every time that we click on add additives, and then we can add it to our list. So that's the next thing that we are going to focus on. So to add additives, we have to go ahead and have a condition. Okay, so we have additive price and additive text, additive title. Okay, so our condition, if these two are not empty, then we should go ahead and add this to a list that we're going to create inside of our controller. Let's see where the error is coming from. Okay, let's say it's unexpected. Remove that. Okay, so if we don't have, then we're supposed to display an error. Okay, a snack bar. Okay, so let's say now we're displaying a snack bar. So let's give this a color text. Supposed to be color text. Okay, light white. That's going to be our color text. And for the background, we're going to give it K light white. No, K primary. Okay, so that's supposed to be background color, not just background. Okay, like that. So let's add a comma here. Need data to add additives. Yeah, okay, so that will do. So now the main focus is going to be the condition itself, whatever comes inside here, if these two are not empty. Okay, so let's leave it for now. But the way that we can do it, we can have additive. That's additive from our model, and we're going to call it additive. So we need to provide the ID, the title, and the price. Okay, so for our ID, we're going to visit our controller, and we need to call this function generate ID. And for the title, we're going to take additive title dot text. And for the price, it's supposed to be additive price dot text, like that. Okay, so let's format this. Let's just close it, and then it will be formatted. Okay. So the primary goal is to do what we did with our text. So we need to access the controller dot and additives. No, we just go and have a list of additives list dot add. Okay, so in this list we're going to be adding the additive. So this list we don't have it as yet. After adding, then we're going to go ahead and clear the controllers. So we have additive price. Here we're going to set it to an empty. It's supposed to be additive price.text. And we do the same for additive title. Okay, so we need to create this list inside of our controller. Okay, so the list is a little bit different. Instead of taking a string, we're going to be taking the additives. Okay, it's supposed to be additive from our model. We give it a name, additives list, like that. Okay, let's just make sure the name is correct. So to get the lists, we need the name and we need our private variable over here. So here it's supposed to be add additives. And we are going to take an additive. That's a new value, and we're going to set it to the additives list. So we might need to change the approach that we use in our page. So we're going to add new value. Okay. We need to have one to clear the list. Okay. So we'll use this one on submit when you're submitting the whole form. Okay. So back to our additives info. So here we're going to have, it's supposed to be dot add additives. Okay. Like that. It has to be lowercase. Is equals to the additive. Like that. We do have an error. Okay. So we need to save our controller and our error will go away. So let's close the model, close this page, close the data What else do we need? Let's close that. Okay, so we're here, right? Let's open this page. We need to display these additives once we add to the list. Okay, so we are going to use the same approach that we used for this food info. Okay, that's going to be, is it food info? Food types. Okay, that's here. So we need to copy this condition that we have here. Additives. Okay, let's just paste it in here. After pasting, what we can do, we can controller, then we need to access the additives list. Nope, it's supposed to be additive list. First, we're just going to show our title, but we need to change it into a row sooner or later. Okay, so we only show this when our additive list is not empty. So far so good. Let's try to add something. We are going back. Oh man. Okay, we have back here. We shouldn't have back. Okay, nothing is showing. But if we refresh, something is going to show. So we need to wrap this in an OBX. So that means we have to wrap this column. The column, should we wrap the column, or we can just wrap the only widget that we're using in OBS? Then we paste this. So this is quite sustainable. Yeah, okay, like that. So that's going to be it. So let's see if we add something else. Okay, that's working fine. So let's readjust, add a little bit of a size box after. So here, instead of displaying a row, we're going to go with a column. So they're going to be like this, like one on top of the other. So we have to get rid of this center. Okay, instead of displaying a center, we're going to display a row. So our row takes in children. And so our first child is going to be a reusable text widget. Okay, so our text is going to be, first we need the title, and then next we're going to require the price. Okay, but the best way to go about it, before we return here, let's just create a final instance of our additive is equals to controller additives list, and then we're accessing the index. So when we want to access our variable here, we just use additive dot title, then additive dot price. So let's go with the style first. We're going to use app style. Let's give it a size. Let's go with 11. For the color, let's go with K light white. And for the font weight, we're going to go with normal. Okay, so it's going to be like that. We need to add a little bit of padding. Is it padding? This is margin right. Margin dot symmetric. Horizontal. Nope. So this one should be padding. Okay, so we need to push it a little bit inside, and we need to wrap this container inside of a padding. We need to wrap it with a padding. No, it should be a padding. Okay, so here we're going to go with only, and we're going to manipulate the bottom part on, so as to create the space over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this row, not row, but reusable text. Format the code first, add a comma, copy this, paste it here, and in between we can leave it like that, but we can use main axis alignment here, and our main axis alignment is supposed to be space between. Okay, so it's going to be like that. This side we're going to display the price, and our price we need to just use interpolation so as to add the $sign and stuff. And let's change this to string. The string is fixed. Hopefully it will work. And we need to have 2 decimal places. Let's see. Let's see if we try to convert it to string. To string, it works fine. Okay. Let's leave it like that. So that's how we're going to add additives, but the background color for container has to change. So let's go with gray light and give it a little bit of opacity. Now